Bring the meeting to order of this City Council special work session on the budget. I do need to do a roll call. Mayor Pro Tem, are you here? Present. Councilman Ravenberg? Yes, sir. Mr. Anderson?
Here.
Mr. Barnett? Mr. Spears?
Here.
Mr. Waddell? Okay, and the chair is here. Okay, here we go. At this time, I'd like to turn this meeting over to our city manager, Mr. Tony Cottle. Mr. Cottle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Happy Memorial Day weekend to you. Yes. We appreciate you taking a day out of your time to come and work on the budget. We understand that this is the biggest thing that you do all year long, and we wanted to make sure that we were ready and prepared to answer questions that you have on the manager's proposed budget. We've got everybody in the house and hopefully got all the information at our fingertips that'll be able to at least give you the information regarding why we recommended what we did, and then prepared to make amendments to those recommendations as you see fit. We've prepared an agenda that includes items that we know that you've already asked questions about, and so we've got presentations scheduled for a number of items this morning. If you have no questions or no introductory comments, we'll just go ahead and jump into it, and we'll have Chance Dunbar, who is our parking manager, to go over the parking fee recommendations.
I'm a lefty, so I have to switch things around up here, sorry. Good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Here to really review our parking fee recommendations for next fiscal year, as well as our 3-year plan with the parking fee recommendations. Quick overview, some of this, if not most of it, was brought to you at last work session back in March. Our last comprehensive parking revisions were made in FY19. I believe those all went into effect January 1st, 2019. On average, we are below most, if not all, of our parking fee benchmarks based upon the benchmark municipalities that we utilize to compare those fees to. We are recommending incremental revisions over a period of 3 fiscal years. And all of the fees we are recommending, including the 3-year plan, is supported by the Downtown Parking Advisory Committee. We did not rush through this subject. We discussed this over 2 months worth of meetings. There was a unanimous support to push forward these fees to council in this budget's fiscal year. And if council supports and adopts these changes, we are recommending a start date of August 1st, 2022. That will give parking staff, parking contractor staff just enough time to change our signage, our literature, website, all that good stuff, so the public is fully aware if these changes are supported and adopted by council. An example of some of the benchmarks that we utilize when we do compare, some in-state, some out-of-state, some of our regional beach communities there, Asheville, Charleston, Durham, beach communities, Savannah, Georgia. It should also be noted that the city of Charlotte and the city of Durham are also recommending increases through their current budget process. So the benchmarks I'm going over today, those variances could change if these municipalities do pass some increases within their respective cities. Benchmark on-street parking. Currently, Wilmington is $1.50 per hour. On average, our benchmarks are $2.24 per hour. So on average, we're currently 74 cents per hour below the average of all of our benchmarks. Off-street comparisons at the Market and 2nd Street decks. We currently offer first 90 minutes free. Average first hour benchmarks $2.30. So we are down $2.30 per hour for that first hour. Max daily rate $10, average $16.78. The delta there is $6.78. And the monthly fee, big delta there. We're $60 per month, pretty much across the board, with the exception of River Place. Our average monthly benchmark fee is $126 per parker per month. So that's a difference of $66 per parker per month. Historically, we've tried to keep that monthly fee as affordable as possible. The folks that are utilizing that service and that fee are our workers, our business owners, shop owners. So we've tried to do our best to keep that fee as low as possible through the years, but obviously you can see we are way off from our benchmark comparisons there. Some recommended highlights in your work session packet. I believe there's the 3-year plan. There's quite a few fee recommendations each year in that packet. I'd be happy to go over any of them individually if you'd like. Just going over some of the high-level highlights here this morning. On-street meters, we are recommending a 50 cents per hour per year increase. That would go to $2 per hour FY23 and ultimately land at $3 per hour in 2 years FY25. Market and Second Street decks, we are recommending removal of the first 90 minutes free and recommending putting a $1 value for that parking session. It's first hour free. Historically predates myself. I believe it was revised from $1 per hour down to free for the first 60 minutes 10 plus years ago. Per my understanding, that was really a marketing tool, marketing effort to try to attract and bring more foot traffic downtown. I believe, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned in the last work session, as well as thoroughly discussed at DPAC for 2 months, we don't need that anymore. The foot traffic is here. Walk down the street right now, walk down the street Saturday. It's hard to get past the amount of people on the sidewalk, and I think the amount of vehicles in our parking decks currently reflect that. Another item to point out, that first hour free, that's about 30% of our total parking deck transactions at Market and 2nd Street. So that is 30% of the wear and tear that's going into our facilities. That's gate vent wear and tear, that's elevator wear and tear, that's driving over our surfaces. We're currently going through a $2 million rehab project across the street at 2nd Street. 30% of that wear and tear that went into what we're trying to fix at this facility across the street came from these parkers, and they're not paying a dime or haven't been paying a dime into the parking fund for 10 plus years. So I think from the staffing level, DPAC, it's time to really put a value to that. We feel that the $1 is absorbable. We're still going to be below our benchmarks on that. I think other than Greensboro, the next closest benchmark for the first hour in the off-street facilities is $1.50. And most of our benchmarks are at $2. So we're going to be half of most of our benchmarks there, even with the dollar. An example, Durham is recommending in all of their off-street facilities in their current budget process, $2.50 per hour. We're just trying to raise this to $1 for the first hour. Some other highlights, the max fee recommendation, $12. That's a max fee of 24 hours in the facilities, then up to 14 FY25. Evening flat fee, this is the fee after 9 p.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, recommending increasing from 5 to 7, then up to 8 FY25. Monthly fee, as I noted earlier, we're still doing our best to keep this as low as possible. We are trying to spread these fees out across the board. So we are recommending a $15 per month increase from $60 to $75 per month, and then another $15 in 2 years up to $90. And the reserved monthly fee, the same thing, increase of $15 per month next year, and then ultimately $15 again in FY25. It should also be noted that reserved parking, Raleigh, Durham, Asheville, Charleston, don't even offer reserved parking. They are at the capacity point where they can't afford the less utilization by offering that reserve space. We're keeping it in place. We're just trying to bring it up to market value. The second and Hannah Street block lots, max fee of $12 FY23, then up to $14, just like Market and Second Street decks. Flat weekend fee of $12, then up to $14, and just like Market and Second Street, the monthly fee from $60 to $75, then to $90. And the Convention Center, recommending just a overall fee structure cleanup there. It's kind of confusing as it is currently and has been in place since 2010. I think our recommendations is going to make it a lot more easier to understand from the customer standpoint. Also recommending a max fee up to $15 in FY23, and the special event max rate going from 10 to 15 next year, and then up to 20 in FY24. And that special event max rate fee is normally utilized for the Live Oak Bank Pavilion concerts. That's the occasional convention center event sees the max rate fee, but for the most part, 90% of the time, that $10 currently is charged out at the Live Oak Bank concerts. And finally, the River Place parking deck, newer facility, much closer to our current benchmarks. We went through the same process 3 years ago when we offered or when we recommended parking fees for that facility. So we have much fewer recommendations here because we are much closer to our current benchmarks there. FY24, we're recommending just the max rate increase from 13 up to 14, and then ultimately up to 15 in FY25. And we are recommending the reserved monthly fee go up from $150 per month to $175 in FY25. Yes, sir.
I guess work backwards. You mentioned the convention center. So in live, you're talking about concerts being the $15. What is a lunch seminar kind of thing? Like they have a lot of those down there. What's that? Is that 15?
No, sir. Lunch seminars fall under the short-term special event rate. I think if it's within 3 hours of length, it's a $5 flat rate. Most of the lunch seminars, the breakfast seminars, power breakfast as an example, it's a $5 flat rate per parker.
So with the concerts, I guess you're kind of anticipating someone being there 4 or 5 hours between.
Yes, sir.
Start to finish.
We've got usually 2 to 3 staff members, security. We charge at the entry point for most of those. Yes, sir.
What is the rate in the deck after the first hour? Like in Market and Second?
Currently $2 for the second hour.
And we're recommending a change?
We are not recommending changes to the second, third, fourth, and fifth hour at Market and Second until FY24. So we're keeping that static this year.
Okay.
And then recommending that change kind of an alternating year.
I think the biggest one I have a concern about is the monthly fee. And I think, I don't know what is in the, I don't know who's on DPAC. I'm getting to know that as I'm now on appointments, but, I don't know if you look at it from a perspective of not someone that's an attorney or a banker or, that makes a lot of money or enough money to where this is, a value. My daughter worked downtown, and, what they get paid, bussing tables and seating people, it's a trade-off. You might as well not work. What you get paid, I mean, we just had to take her back and forth to go pick her up at 2 in the morning. So I don't know how, and that's, I don't have a head count of jobs down there, but I bet you that's, and retail as well, it doesn't pay well. That's a lot of the jobs down there. So we force them, up into neighborhoods by doing that. And we make it so it's not appealing to work downtown. I'd rather work at another restaurant where there's ample parking and it's free. Is there any thought to coming up with I don't know how we accommodate those people. I think it's a problem, and it's going to be it's a probably a big problem right now with trying to get employees. How do y'all view that, the service industry, the retail? How do they afford to work downtown?
Great topic, Councilman. That's one that's regularly discussed at DPAC. One of the challenges we're faced with, not only in Wilmington, but other municipalities. What is not highlighted here, which I probably should have, I apologize. We have a $25 rooftop rate that we are not recommending any changes to. We decreased that rate from $35 down to $25, I believe, last fiscal year. I believe right now there's about 150 to 160 parkers at Market Street that currently pay that rate. I'd say nearly a quarter to nearly a third of our monthly parkers at Market Street are getting that $25 rooftop rate. We also have 2 discounted rates kind of with time restrictions depending on where you're working and what time you're working here in downtown. We have a daytime only rate that I believe is $40 per month. That's really geared toward those daytime Monday through Friday workers. I think the time restrictions are you allowed to park from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday for the discounted rate. We've also got an evening restricted discounted rate to where you can park unlimited from 5 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next morning and all day Saturday and Sunday. That's similar. I think it's $45 or $50 per month. So we're not touching those rates. The rooftop rate stays. Those restricted rates stay. All we're really looking at is the 24/7 unreserved rate. But point noted, it was a topic of discussion always at DPAC. That's why historically, we are much lower than our benchmarks because we are very sensitive to that topic and to our workers downtown.
I assume DBA and WDI, they're aware of
Yes,
these
sir.
options for.
Yeah, on DPAC,
They
you've
make
got
their
two,
members. They make their
Yeah.
members aware of these rates.
on DPAC, you've got 2 representatives from DBA. You've got a WDI representative as well. So,
All right, thank you.
When you first started, that the parking authority agreed with this, right?
the Downtown Parking Advisory Committee?
Right.
Yes, sir. It was discussed at 2 of our meetings, I believe January and February of this fiscal year. And yes, they are in support. And that's a 9-member council-appointed committee, DBA, WDI, county, CFCC, CVB, as well as I think 2 or 3 at-large members. One of those at-large members being formerly in the parking industry. So we have a wealth of knowledge, wealth of stakeholder input there to kind of spread how these effects are going to
Right,
result.
and you mentioned that they encouraged this.
Yes, sir. We had a few members that wanted to go a little more aggressive than we are,
Right.
and really land at what we're trying to land at in FY25 next year. But we determined to kind of the goal was to spread out and have some incremental increases.
Yeah, I think it's fair. Thank
Should
you.
be noted too, DPAC also, although they're in support here over the 3-year fiscal recommendation, they do want to review this every fiscal year just to make sure we're not, above or below too far. If financially we're stable, we're happy where we are next fiscal year, maybe we put a pause on the FY24 recommendations to FY25, but they did want to review that annually just to make sure we are where we need to be.
Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up on your recommendations and from DPAC, we are, in every one of these categories, we're below our benchmark cities.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Waddell?
The first hour free Market Street, takes up 30% of the parking there?
Right now, it's roughly 30% of the, it doesn't take up 30% of the parking, it's 30% of our daily transactions.
That's
So those
huge.
ticket pullers each day, roughly 30% on average, are the first hour free.
That's way bigger than I thought it would be. Do we have any idea of the estimated additional revenue that
I think roughly, there is about 130, 140 transactions on average. So if you put a dollar value to that, you land at $130,000, $140,000.
wow, thank you.
Chance.
Yes, sir.
So I keep hearing this benchmark comparison, right? And I just want to know, then the benchmarks are the cities that you named, correct? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. So the benchmarks, so Councilman, let me make sure I'm clear. Do you want me to just go over the cities that we're utilizing as our benchmarks?
No. Okay, we can see it. So here's my question: where are we in size comparison and median income comparison to our benchmark city?
Median income, unfortunately, Councilman, I don't have that data. In terms of size, developmental activity, growth, I think we're pretty darn close to Asheville. I think we're pretty close to Chapel Hill. I think we are very close to Durham. I'd hedge a bet, not knowing the number, but I'd say we're pretty close to median income in Durham, as well as Savannah. I think that's why we've utilized some of these through the years as a comparison.
But we also have Charlotte and Raleigh on the list, and Savannah and.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I mean, Charlotte's a big city. Charlotte has a lot to offer. So I think a lot of residents still want Wilmington. Wilmington is booming, right? We have a lot to boast and brag about. But a lot of Wilmington residents still want the small town feel. And we said this before, if we're going to compete with these other cities, then we need to compete with these other cities. So, as it relates to parking, amenities, salaries, things of that nature, that's not any of your control. But I'm just saying, if we're being competitive, if we're benchmarking ourselves to these cities or using them to benchmark what we do as a city, then it has to be competitive. So just wanted to put that out there and ask that question. Thank you.
Noted, Councilman, and a good point of information. Charlotte is a great example that you bring up. On the list here, I believe Charlotte is the only one that does not build or own structured parking facilities through their municipality. All of the structured decks are privately owned. So what that allows Charlotte to do is to keep their rates a little bit lower because they're not putting any of that parking revenue back into capital needs for future growth, structures, repair and maintenance, rehab work. So a good chunk of our revenue and any money that we put back into the parking fund gets rolled right back into the repair and maintenance of our facilities. The 2nd Street deck across the street, a prime example of a $2 million rehab project. And those are some expenses that a city such as Charlotte does not have.
And that's good information to provide to the public, because more than likely this thing will be passed and then our citizens will understand what they're actually paying for.
Yes, sir. Another good example, Durham, faced with some of the same challenges we have currently with growth and also capital needs. Their rates are going up, in some cases doubling as a recommendation next fiscal year because their parking fund is currently losing money because of the amount of funds that are having to get put into their aging facilities currently. So I think we're in a good situation here. This is partly a proactive move so that we can continue just to incrementally make these changes that we feel from a staffing level is absorbable for, I think, a majority of our parkers.
Hey, Chance, I know there's several private lots in the downtown area. Do you know what the rates are in those private lots as opposed to the public facilities that
Yes,
the
sir.
city
Great
owns?
question, Mr. Mayor. I walked by the lot at Princess and Water Street yesterday, just down the street from River Place. That lot on a Thursday morning was 90% filled at $6 per hour.
$6 per hour.
$6 per hour.
That's higher than even Riceville Beach is $5 per hour.
Yes, sir.
So there's a significant delta between the private parking areas and what the public currently uses with this?
Yes,
what
sir.
we
I
provide?
believe those fees at most of the private lots downtown fluctuate seasonally, but I've never seen recently them lower than $4 per hour. I think you might even have a couple further south on Water Street that might even be at $7 per hour
And
right
those
now.
rates are they're dictated by the private sector, not by?
Yes, sir.
We don't dictate rates. I was a little confused in respect to Charlotte. You said that most of those decks there are privately owned, so they are, the rates are set by the private sector, not the
We
city of
only
Charlotte.
use Charlotte as a benchmark for the on-street. We don't use them for the off-street because they don't offer any. But yes, within Charlotte, yeah, their structured parking is basically set by the private market rate. Charlotte does manage and own some surface lots, just not structured parking decks.
Just out of curiosity, in respect to Asheville, which is a city I think that's closer in size to us, maybe Alexandria, Virginia, Savannah's much larger, Charleston is probably larger. Do you have a number as to how many spaces the current municipalities there own or operate?
Like a total?
Like, I know that we're about, what, 3,200, 3,500 spaces altogether, including
Roughly, yeah. I
on-street
think
and-
our on-streets are comparison, roughly 1,000 to 1,200 spaces, probably each one. The off-street, in terms of, structured decks and lots, I unfortunately don't have an apples to apples. I think we're pretty close, though.
Okay. And in respect to the needs moving forward, I know that you evaluate the decks, conditions, and the money that we're going to have to put into these facilities over time. Have y'all done a long-term evaluation of that and as to what the anticipated costs are moving forward? I know we're doing $2 million improvement to the Market Street deck here. What are the other improvements that are coming down the pipe?
We don't have a firm long-term projection. An example at Second Street here, we're waiting to complete the current $2 million rehab project, and what we'll do is we'll engage in our engineer again to do a needs assessment, structural assessment, and then project out from there at Second Street. At Market, we've got about $600,000 in capital needs planned. Market Street's in pretty good shape, especially considering the age of the facility, which is, I think it's 18 years old now. So we've got about $600,000 planned there, but at Market will be a good example where we'll start making proactive repairs and needs assessments just to keep it from getting to the point of Second Street. Yeah. But I'd say roughly the rule of thumb staff's used in the past in this industry is about $75 per space to get allocated for future capital needs. Based on our 3 decks, that's roughly $120,000, $125,000 per year we should be benchmarking to utilize for future, structural capital needs.
Yeah, and I'm not going to use a comparison between the beaches because what they're charging and what they're receiving in revenue is extraordinary, but they don't have the infrastructure because most of theirs is all of it is on street. There is no parking decks at the beaches that I'm aware of. So their cost as far as maintaining that parking infrastructure is not as high as ours. Is that correct, Tony? Yeah. And so the other question I have to ask Tony and Chance too, I know, Tony, you were probably part of that legislation at some point in time. I know that any excess in parking revenue that we have, we could use it for other initiatives like affordable housing and stuff of that nature where we're getting demands for affordable housing, additional parking, especially in the downtown area where we've had calls for people that have called us and said we need more parking in this particular part of downtown because of added population, events, or whatever the case may be. The projections moving forward in regards to additional parking structures, which is a bigger concern of mine, is to, how we deal with, especially in the north end with the redevelopment of that piece between Front and Third. I know there's going to be some demands for parking. Whoever goes there, whether it's apartments, affordable housing, or grocery store, they need parking to work in downtown. Do we have any anticipated cost or something as far as what you're thinking about, Tony, moving forward?
We're constantly monitoring the need for parking throughout the downtown area. Chance does that with parking needs analysis on an every other year, every third year basis. Currently, we are discussing with the developer for the Gateway project the possibility of the city buying into some of the parking up there for part-time use, not full-time, but part-time use. And so to answer your question, we don't have it all penciled out, but yes, we understand that part of this will go into reserve, and hopefully we would be able to defer the general fund costs where we've been building the lots, building the decks with general fund money. And that would be one of the opportunities we have here.
So more where the private sector would build, and then we would support it either through rental from them.
Ideally, if we can't control it, we'd rather lease the spaces as opposed to having to buy them.
Yeah. And Chance, could just real quick, I know on the concerts, there was a big hoo-la-la one time about we didn't have enough parking downtown, and I was at a concert the other night. Seems like everybody finds a parking space, and there's more than an abundance of parking downtown. But just out of curiosity, what is the community college charging on concert nights? Because they seem to be making a lot of money down there.
I believe they're 15 currently, flat rate 15. They're 15 last year, 15 this year. I believe there's discussions about them going up to 20 for a flat rate event. I'm not sure if they've gotten there yet. I know they're at least at 15. Private sector there on the north end, I think there's about maybe 200, 250 private spaces that pop up during the concerts, and they are $30 flat rate on the north end.
So, you know, I was watching that. It seemed like the community college, a lot of people were parking in those decks there.
Yes, sir.
So they're at 15. What is our flat rate for concerts now?
Currently, we're only charging a flat rate at the convention center for the concerts, and that is 10. Recommendation is, if council adopts these recommendations, would be to go up to 15
To
next
match.
fiscal year, and then ultimately to 20 in 2 years.
Okay. Very good. Gives me an idea what we're at. All right. Any other questions? Okay. I think it's very, as Clifford said, I think it's fair, and I think that it was very thoroughly evaluated. I think to have DPAC on board, WDI, and DBA to be part of the discussion, I think is, you know, making certain that the community and the business owners downtown know what we're doing. So I think this is a very well thought out plan, and I think the demands for parking are going to continue to grow as downtown continues to grow and the whole area continues to grow. So thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, council.
Chance, just stay where you are. Mr. Mayor, our next topic of discussion is the MSD expenditures and the proposed tax increase in the MSD. We've got a number of folks that are going to do presentations on this. Chance is going to do one, or
I think Laura's going to queue it up.
Laura's going to queue it up, okay. Chance and Laura and Police Chief Donnie Williams are going to give us some information with regard to not only the history of the MSD, but then the need for the proposal and the tax increase that's contained therein. So, Laura?
Good morning, Mayor, Council Member. Can you turn this up too? All right. Good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council members. I am going to briefly go over some of the MSD facts just so you can see them, and then we have Chief Williams will come up and discuss some of the needs for the downtown area. So to begin with, I'm just going to show you a quick map. The MSD starts with the Cape Fear River on the west, which is actually the south of your picture. Isabel Home Bridge on the north. North 4th Street in the Brooklyn Art District to the east, and then it reaches as far south as the Chandler's Wharf. The police district downtown it takes up all of the MSD, but it does reach 5th Street and goes to the other bridge. So there's overlap. Almost all of the MSD is in that district, but I have some facts for the downtown police district that I will be showing you. So the concept of the MSD actually started in 2004 in the Vision 2020. It did not get any traction until 2011 when WDI initiated the public process. We were going through the Great Recession, if everyone could remember that, and we didn't fund any funding until 2015. And then that started the process, and it was created in 2016. As you can see from the purposes that came through, the primary purposes were public safety, cleanliness, beautification, marketing, and economic development. And then the district funding will have services above and beyond what the city already provides them. Continuing with the fact sheet, the area that the MSD actually represents is less than 1% of the city's acreage. The tax levy, not the tax levy for the MSD, but the tax levy for the overall city is just under 4%, and it brings in about $3.1 million. The downtown district, this will give you some facts about the police. We have 10% of our patrol staff assigned to the downtown district. We get 8.5% of all daily calls are also for the downtown, which is 34 out of about 400 daily. And then as you are aware, and I just wanted to bring up again, for the first time since 2016, we're asking for a 1 cent increase from 5.47 to 6.47. It does represent an 8% increase, and it will bring in $81,000. And that's all I have for the facts.
Question, and Tony, this was another discussion, or point of discussion in respect to the MSD, and I think one of the reasons that you're asking for this. There's a percentage of the MSD that's currently either been constructed or is under construction that will not pay full property taxes over a 5-year period. It's phased in over time. Do we know the amount of revenue loss based on the Brownsfield agreements that are in existence currently? And if you had, let's just say, if it was a stop point today as to everything that's out there, except for the one that's currently being built there in front of the convention, the amphitheater, what are the rates of return coming back in regards to tax revenue for the community?
I do have a graph. If you close your eyes, because I got to flip through some slides so you don't get headaches. So the restoration of the Brownsfields, you can see that the value for FY23, there were 69, was 209 million. The taxable that we were able to tax on was only 45 million of that, so it brought in 24,000. This is only the restoration of those properties, so I did a calculation from 2024 to 2028, they'll be fully restored, and you can see the tax levy coming up each year. Does that help your question?
Yes,
So in FY28, it will be fully restored. This does not take into account growth, so.
It's not taking into account, excuse me, what?
Growth downtown.
Okay, but that as of today, everything that's on the ground or is currently under construction, this is the anticipated number.
The Brownsfield tax exemptions. Now, currently, construction, I don't have that information, like
Okay.
all other, but this is the Brownsfield's tax exemptions.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Mr. Anderson?
The police needs is coming up, okay, is that next? I'll wait.
Anybody else? Okay.
Thank you.
Chief Williams? Good morning.
Good morning. Our city is divided into 7 police districts, and 6 of those areas are covered by our Uniform Patrol Division, which is in total 132 officers. We have a downtown district, which is covered by 13 of those 132 officers, plus 5 New Hanover County Sheriff's deputies. What makes the downtown district unique, it is small in comparison to our other districts, but at times we have a very high concentration of people in several city blocks. Downtown is a melting pot for our tourists, our locals, our surrounding communities in Brunswick and Pender counties. We have college students, and then we can mix in sometimes our off-duty military personnel. During the nightlife hours, which is about 11 to 2 in the morning, it is a different downtown, and it is very complex to police. You start adding in alcohol and other substances, the jobs of our people become very challenging. Just this past weekend, we had a very large crowd fighting, and we had to pull officers from other parts of the city, and we ended up reaching out into the county and having to bring deputies in from out of the county. And in preparation for what we consider to be a challenging summer moving forward, our watch commander, which is responsible for the delivery of all police services throughout the city, they cannot focus in on the rest of the city and downtown. So we're going to go operational with our police operations center using the incident command model, and we will have a lieutenant or above coming in every Friday and Saturday night and holidays just to manage the downtown bar closing. I want to thank our sheriff's office for providing us with 5 bodies, and in addition to the dozen or so that we have assigned down there. Catesville Community College and any county-owned property is patrolled primarily by the sheriff's office. We then have Solomon Towers. When our Housing Authority Task Force is working, Solomon Towers is covered by them, not the downtown unit unless there's an emergency. As Laura alluded to earlier in her slide, we average about 34 calls for service every 24 hours. So I did some calling around to several police chiefs from some of the municipalities around us, and this was interesting. The town of Leland, which has a full-service police department, they average about 45 calls every 24 hours. We're doing 34 in just this one concentrated district. The city of Southport, which has a full-service police department, they're doing about 30 calls every 24 hours. I reached out to Chief King with the Edenton Police Department. They have a full-service police department. They're only doing 25 calls every 24 hours. In addition to the downtown presence, our real-time crime center tries their best to monitor our downtown cameras. We do have a downtown camera system. We have cameras in the parking decks and in our park and some other locations. The unit, the downtown unit, when I say unit, they operate out of one of our 2 substations. We have our Southeast substation, and the difference with the downtown substation, a lot of people, they don't know that it exists. It's because it's not set up for the public to access. Unlike our Southeast station, you can come in, you can get reports, you can receive services. The downtown location is there to support the men and women that are working that downtown district. During the weekend bar closing hours, every Friday and Saturday night, in addition to patrol being down there in the downtown unit, we have to bring officers from other parts of the city from our Special Operations Division. That is the one location in the city that we have to constantly do this on every Friday, every Saturday night. In addition to our dedicated downtown unit, our Uniform Patrol Division, they have to sometimes respond officers to help out with downtown from District 1, which is the north side of the city, and District 3, which is the south side of the city. During the fiscal year 23 budget process, I requested 8 officers for our downtown unit, and it looks like 5 are being considered. If we get this 5 officers, this is what we intend to do. One of them will need to be a supervisor because our current downtown sergeant has about 11 subordinates, and you cannot add 5 more on that individual. So that sergeant would work in the daytime. They would be visible during the daytime hours. Because right now, our daytime officer that we have downtown, his direct supervisor works night shift, and the lieutenant is trying to manage the district and keep up with that one officer. We would add 1 additional officer to day shift. And the sergeant and the day shift officer, these would happen immediately in July if they are approved. We would hope to add 3 additional officers to the nighttime group, and I don't know when that would happen due to staffing. We have a lot of people going through training right now, and we're working to fill some vacancies. I think these 5 additional personnel will be needed if we plan on expanding and offering any amenities as a city, and they're just needed because of the tremendous growth that we've had down there. In addition to all of this, I have a current request into the ABC board to request up to 5 officers being designated as ABC officers. We have a high concentration of bars in the downtown district. If we had the authority of an ABC officer, then our officers would be able to go in and conduct inspections for permitted alcohol locations. We can do inspections, we can look at books, we can do things that ALE can do. Right now, we cannot do these things, and we have to call ALE in to do them for us. And if ALE is busy, they have to prioritize what they get to. They're covering the whole coastal district and not just Wilmington. So we're waiting to hear back from the ABC Commission if they will grant us that authority, and the statute says we can have up to 5 officers. And those 5 officers would be within the officers that are assigned to the downtown unit. Not the new 5 officers. We would implement that the minute that we get approval on it.
Donnie, This has been an issue with the ALE allowing us to use our officers to go into the nightclubs to evaluate and to determine if there's underage drinking and what have you. In the past, that's kind of been denied. Do we have other municipalities in the state that have been given that authority? I know Wilmington, for one reason or another.
Yes, Jack, we had it at one point. We had 2 officers, but that agreement expired several years ago. The city of Jacksonville currently uses that model, and I spoke with Chief Yanero, and he has had much success with it.
Okay. So this will give you the opportunity, if you feel that the nightclub is serving underage kids, and there's been evidence of that in the past, that we can go in there and evaluate.
That is correct, and if we're denied access, there's consequences that will tie back to their ABC permit.
Gotcha.
Chief, just a quick follow-up. I talked to some, this is really being driven, my understanding, I've talked to some officers, and we've talked to you, downtown officers, driven by a heavy amount and an increased amount of pretty severe underage drinking, right? I'm seeing like kids coming out of bars. I mean, that's what's driving this push to get ABC certification, right?
It is, and we've seen a high number of juveniles just wandering around downtown on Fridays and Saturday nights.
Thank you.
Is there ever, there would be cooperation with the military and have military police, a certain amount of them, or 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. Is that something that we can fall back on or ask for?
We can explore that, but I will say about the military, if we do have a problem with one of their personnel and we reach out to the base, they are very receptive and very accommodating. They actually owe us for a patrol car right now where one of their people decided a few months ago it's a good idea to jump up and down on the hood of one of our newer patrol cars.
Mr. Anderson.
Donnie, when you were calling around, I understand what you were trying to accomplish in terms of, explaining that some districts don't get as many calls in their whole town, but did you look at more comparable cities? Say, I really don't, Alexandria has a bar district, but it's different it's way higher end, all high end content. Savannah, Durham, did you look into their call rate in their downtown area? I'd just be curious.
No, sir, I just called a few small departments. I was curious how our district stacked up against an actual small police department.
Okay. And I presume the day versus night is drastically different.
Oh, yeah, it's a big, huge difference.
So when is day and night in your world? I mean, not on the shift, obviously when it gets dark, it's nighttime, but how do you divide that?
The changeover as far as when downtown changes from the daytime tourist season to the downtown nightlife is normally around 10, 11 o'clock at night. You see a different downtown.
And your shift change?
Our shift change is actually much earlier than that for our downtown staff.
What I'm getting at is you mentioned you were going to add somebody for the day. So what would those hours be?
It will probably be a 12-hour shift, either 6 to 6 or 7 to 7, and there will be some overlap with the nighttime personnel. There should be about a 2 or 3 hour overlap.
We're at 0 right now on the whatever they call it. They used to call it the golden badge or something. The ABC being able.
Yeah, we have none right now.
And have you, with the pay changes in pay, et cetera, how would you qualify or quantify your ability to attract people right now? Is that improving? Is it?
Yeah, I'll give you a brief update. I think last time
we're going to get these officers. I hope we can fill the spots.
Right. I think last time I came in here and talked about that, we had about 27 vacancies. Right now, today, we have 21. We have 5 additional people we're in the process of hiring over the next couple of weeks, which should cut us down to about 15. But at the same time, we do have some retirements coming up. The light at the end of the tunnel is we probably have about 17 to 20 applicants that are in the chute right now that we're going through. So I think us being able to fill those positions is very likely. The problem is we will still have a lot of people in field training or either in the basic academy. I have 10 that just started the complete field training right now. They're being cut loose. A few were cut loose last week, so they're out on their own. but we have 10 that'll be graduating the academy next month. And then we'll have, hopefully, another 15 to 20 that we'll be sending off to the academy in August. And again, we're going to have a time lag because you have to get them all in and get them trained. We're not seeing as many certified candidates as I would like to see because everybody raised their pay, so we're all competing in that pool for certified candidates. But we are getting the trainees in.
I've had one call in particular saying that people, that our surrounding counties, municipalities kind of watched to see what watched us change our pay and then immediately followed with just by ticking that up a little bit. Is that a fair description?
We had some to do that, but I think if you look at our overall package with compensation, the deferred compensation, our take-home car program, some of the other things we offer, our training facility, we are a model agency as far as the technology and support from our council and for our community. And I think those things offer an advantage, such as the beach. You can't go to the beach if you work in Raleigh every day. You can if you work down in our area.
Yes, sir. Mr. Waddell?
Chief, I believe the proposed MSD tax increase is mainly driven by the need for a few extra downtown-centric police officers, right? And I think you said you requested 8, proposing 5. Are they going to be restricted to just the MSD?
Yes, we will try to do what we can to keep 2 of them mainly in that MSD.
So like, I live on Chestnut Street outside of the MSD. Midnight, somebody's breaking in my house and I call. They can't cross the line.
They will go. We're going to send the closest officer. At the end of the day, they're a Wilmington police officer. So if a citizen is in danger, we're going to get to them who we can get to them, and not just Wilmington. It may be a deputy, it may be a state trooper. If that's the closest, that's who we're going to try to get to that citizen.
Okay. That was just a point of clarification I wanted to discuss. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
But isn't the reverse true also? If there's something happening downtown and there's an officer outside of the MSD, they're closer, they're on, say it's on the north end of the MSD, you know, up there, whatever, near the Cotton Exchange or whatever, then an officer outside is going to be the first one maybe to get there rather than waiting for the guy from down in the south end to get up there.
Yes, ma'am, and we do that every day with our uniform patrol and bringing folks downtown from our Special Operations Division to help out.
I think I'm the only one that actually lives in the MSD, and I have a sort of a bird's eye view of what's going on down there. And I will say that the tremendous growth in the number of people that are downtown walking around during the daytime, well-intentioned tourists, students, parents, whatever, just citizens enjoying the river walk and enjoying being down there, the tremendous growth in population during the daytime of people being downtown, I can see why you need some more people even during the day there. I know the bars are a problem. I wouldn't think of being out at 2 o'clock in the morning downtown, but it just the increase in population and popularity of the downtown with all the improved infrastructure, the river walk and Water Street and everywhere else. So, thank you.
Chief, you're just one piece of this whole question. So, you answer your piece. I don't know. There's probably others, Tony, whoever. I guess what I'm having a hard time getting my arms around is if I'm Margaret or whoever lives down. We have a lot more people living downtown. I can't even name all the new apartments, flats, whatever those residents. It sounds like to me the biggest problem is that late night hour, which is caused by the people that are benefiting from that are the bar owners. Accurate?
I would say that's one of the issues. We also have the whole daytime quality of life issue. It's not as dangerous as the nighttime bar life, but it is an issue. We have to deal with that because I get calls all the time about this person over here with a public urination violation or a daytime alcohol violation. So that's why we need the daytime folks, because that's when our tourists are seeing our city at our best, and we need to be able to respond to that and deal with that also.
I guess what I'm wrestling with is those citizens that live here, just they chose to live downtown. Why would they have to pay more for police protection than any other citizen?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to jump in here. Mr. Anderson and I have had this discussion before, and I'd like to provide the counterpoint to Mr. Anderson's discussion. The issue of whether you pay for police officers out of the MSD is obviously a very stressful one, ticklish one. And I understand that this is unusual, especially across the state of North Carolina. But we've got to remember that the MSD was established for primarily two reasons. One was for safety and one was for cleanliness. As Councilman Anderson brought up, it has grown tremendously down there. There are numerous different residential dwellings down there now. When we came to funding this issue, we didn't ask the question of what's in it for the MSD residents. We looked at it from the other perspective. We've got 10% of our patrol unit working in less than 1% of the square area. We've got 10% of our patrol unit working in less than 5% of the value of the overall ad valorem tax value in the city. So the question was not what is in it for the resident of downtown, it's who should be paying for the service in the downtown. If I live in Midtown somewhere, should I be, through the increase in a general fund tax rate, be paying for more police service downtown, or should those residents be paying for that and the property owners down there? So it's the reverse of the question that Councilman Anderson's asking. I'm not advocating strongly for this. This is something that I think is appropriate, but it's a policy decision with regard to how council wants to fund its police presence in the downtown going forward.
Just to chime in on that, back when we established the MSD and we had the first advisory committee, there was quite a bit of, I hate to use the word demand, but request for the MSD to fund 2 more policemen downtown. And people that are still on there, that were on there initially, know that. And so, you know, I don't know what's changed. We said in the beginning we didn't need them, but that's been some time ago, and so things have changed down there. I will say that, yes, a lot of the problem after midnight is the bars and the businesses downtown, but they're the very people that would be paying for the extra coverage. And the residents like me that live down there, yes, we have to pay, but you know, all of these new apartments and River Place and all these other places, we're still under what the mayor was talking about, the Brownsfield agreements, where we are having, you know, these tremendous tax credits for having, what do you call that, rehabilitated the ground and gotten rid of the toxic soil and all of that, and made quite an investment in trying to make it useful property. So, I mean, I support the request.
Sir.
I know we've had a couple of people at some of our recent council meetings discuss this, but what is the temperature of the people there? I mean, has there been any kind of a survey done, or how the people that are paying the tax?
No, sir, there's been no survey done.
Okay.
Well, just hypothetically, I mean, not hypothetically, but just as a, you know, talking to people, people do feel there needs to be more coverage. just in particular in that MSD, not only at night, but during the daytime for the very reasons that the chief has mentioned.
Mr. Barnett?
I think that while I agree with you that they definitely need more coverage, I guess the question I would ask you, Chief, is you started out by saying anticipating a challenging summer. Is that because for the last, let's say, 2 summers, people have been in and now we're kind of like free? Or are you seeing, I mean, you said that, what does that mean?
Basically what you said, the last 2 summers, folks have been bottled up and they're free this summer. And we've already started out this past weekend with a huge fight downtown. Okay. So we just want to be prepared and just be overly cautious that we can try to manage it the best way that we can.
Okay. And then the other question I would ask you is, you requested 8 and we're offering 5. Does that really tie your hand? Does that, I mean, I know you'll take whatever we offer you or what we give you, but is that really hurting the plan to keep downtown safe?
I would say that compensation was a higher priority for us as a city, and being able to raise the minimum compensation and take care of our existing employees and stop some of the bleeding. With that and the 5, I think we will be okay. If we can eventually get to 3 later on, I think that would be fine, but I just think compensation for the city was a higher priority, and we were able to get to a compromise where we can gain from both.
Okay. All right. Cool. I like the idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more comment. I know that I don't have a problem. I mean, I certainly think that if you need the additional officers, you need them. Where I was coming from was who pays for it. I know, all the years I've been connected with this board, people would say, we need more police. I said, are you willing to pay for it? I think some people just think you can just hire policemen and put it out there and it doesn't affect the tax rate. Well, that's where it all begins. So I get that. I've just always had a little bit of a heartburn about, and when we set the rate for the MSD, I don't think we were shooting in the dark. I think there was a lot of thought and research and background that went into the rate that we set. And I don't think at the time when we set that rate that we locked ourselves in on it. There are going to be growth, issues with perhaps gang violence, rearing its head, that have to be addressed. So, that, I hear you plea, and I want to help. I just always had a little bit of an issue, and hopefully I'll get that resolved between now and the time we vote on it, is where the funding was going to come from. But I know you need it.
Chief, I was up on my zones at one point, but the north side is roughly, say New Hanover High School North. Is that, what zone is that?
That's District 1, District 1 Bravo.
1?
1 Bravo.
And then the one, like as you go towards, where does that break at going south to another zone?
The breaking point is McCrae Street is one break, and then another break is at 23rd Street. Where it cuts over to District 2. And then Market Street is another break, and I can have a map sent to you, sir.
No, I'm just kind of curious, the officers in that area, just in a zone like 1 or 2, how many do we have working there?
Ideally, we try to have at least 1 officer in each beat. The districts are broken down into beats. Like with District 1, we have 1 Bravo, which is a beat. We have 1 Charlie, that is a beat. We try to have a car in each one of those. Then you go over east of that to District 2, you have 2 Alpha and 2 Bravo. We try to have a car in each one of those. We would like to have 2 cars in them if we can, and then we'll have a corporal and a sergeant kind of floating around overseeing the officers that are working those beats.
But like officers for a full day, 24-hour.
On a patrol platoon.
Trying to compare it to what?
Right, on a patrol platoon, which covers the entire city.
No, in one of those zones. Like we're talking about an MSD, so I'm talking about
you want to compare it to a beat?
Well, I don't know what a beat is.
Yeah, off the top of my head, looking at District 1, we should have 3 to 4 officers in that district, if you count the officers and the corporals.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I know a lot of the conversations on the bars and the late night extra activities you guys have, but I'm looking at an email that was sent to council this morning at 847 by someone who lives in the MSD, complaining about the few times him and his wife have walked around downtown in the middle of the day being accosted and threatened by various homeless people on drugs and, to the point of having to run away. So anything we can do to help clean up our streets and make it safe for the taxpaying citizen to come walk around and enjoy our beautiful downtown is something that I'm going to fully support.
Thank you.
Chief, just real quick, in respect to the officers that you're asking for, does this also take into consideration the social district discussion that we're having about allowing people to be able to walk around with some alcohol in the streets, which just exasperates some of the issues that we're talking about here, making certain that you have, because this is coming from business owners and people in downtown DBA that want more things like this, which I'm not against, and we've been evaluating and supporting it. I just want to know, do you have enough manpower to be able to handle it? I know there were some concerns that you had, and I know on top of everything else that you're dealing with, homelessness and then the bar issues downtown, and I've been down there late in the evenings, and it is something different. Can you, do we?
I think it's going to come down to where we are at in regards to staffing, what improvements we're willing to make to the social district, and how big is it? What time are we going to do it? Are we going to do it at 1 o'clock in the morning, which would probably be a bad idea? Are we going to do it during the weeknights? There's just a lot of variables in there, but from the police perspective, we would need the staffing to properly manage it.
Okay. And then Tony, so we can be clear on how this is being paid for, some of the officers are being paid for from the general fund, and we're asking for only 2 officers, 2, to be paid for from the MSD.
Yes, sir, and Councilman Rivenbark hit the nail on the head a while ago when he said this is just a question of how you fund these officers. I will say that this is over and beyond a normal staffing model, and that's why we've offered or asked for MSD funding for this. But yes, we're proposing 5 officers, 3 of which would be paid for from the general fund, 2 of which would be paid for with MSD proceeds. All of the outfitting of the officers would be paid for appropriately by each fund, but the vehicles for the 2 MSD officers would actually be provided through the general fund, so there'd be some subsidy there as well.
So we're still involved in it, even if we are getting money for their salaries, but everything else is being paid for from the general fund. So there is a mixture here.
Yes,
and
sir.
so it's not just the downtown owners 100% taking care of this. This is also the entire city being part of this, but going over and above what the base coverage is.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think it's a fair ask, and I think that from what I've seen on Chief Williams with the officers that you have downtown, they do an exemplary job for this community. I mean, outstanding job.
Thank you.
In some very tough situations that I've seen at night. And I also have concerns with what you have shared with this council in respect to the number of underage young people that are down there somehow getting into these nightclubs. And I've heard this from property owners and business owners downtown that have also serious concerns about it, but they're afraid to come forward with it because they don't want to be retaliated against. And so I think that if we can get the ALE to allow our officers to go in there would be great. But in the event that they do not grant us that power, what is the fallback position? It's always interesting to me that ALE sends people down here from Raleigh sometimes to make sure they go into the concerts to make sure that there's no underage drinking or anything shenanigans going down there. Maybe up to 20-some people that they've sent down here. But when we need help down here with some of these bars, I expect to get some help.
Well, it's the local ABC commission that makes the determination if we're able to have the 5 officers. So if they, for some reason they don't, then we would have to work with ALE on more enforcement downtown.
That's great.
Well, whatever they decide to do, if it doesn't go in our favor, it needs to be put out to the people, let them know why.
Okay.
You know, I mean, that is such an easy ask and so easily granted. And for them to push back or not cooperate needs to be, let everybody know why.
Well, they seem very open to it. I was at a meeting with them yesterday making a grant request for e-bikes from them for the downtown district, and they seem very open to it. It's just waiting. We're waiting to hear from them.
Good.
Any other question for the chief? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Williams. Good work.
Just in summary, Councilman Rivenbark could not have said it better. The question is, how do you want to fund these officers? And that's the policy question that lies before council in the adoption of this budget.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to make that pitch to you and let you hear what the reasoning was for the MSD proposals. We've got another topic that we know has already come up, and we'd like to go over the competitive agency recommendations that have been made to you. We've got two presenters this morning. Looks like Aubrey Parsley is going to be the first one. So, Aubrey. Sure. John.
And Mayor and Council, just as a side note on this, I have conferred with the School of Government regarding that new law 14234.3. My recommendation is certainly council can hear this entire presentation. If council considers any individual nonprofits, I would ask council members who may be on the board or an officer or a director to simply inform the clerk of that and recuse themselves from a deliberation on that individual nonprofit, not overall, and certainly not on the eventual vote of the overall budget.
John, point of clarification, and the only reason I'm saying it is because I had to take a 2-hour ethics course with the School of Government, as we all do. And one of the things that they were talking about was this exact law, the civic partnership programs, and how we could be part of the process and not be part of the process. Just a point of clarity, if you can clarify it for me. I understood yesterday that we could sit on a board and that we could even be part of that process, excluding the fact is if we were either an executive director or had a leadership position of chairman, vice president, secretary, or treasurer, or something along those lines, but that we could participate if we did not hold any of the leadership positions. Is that?
That is absolutely accurate. In this particular statute, you aren't considered to be associated with that nonprofit unless you are either a director of it, on the board of it, or an officer of it. So you can be a volunteer, a worker, you can deliver the hot meals, you can work in the soup kitchen, as long as you're not the director, an officer, or on the board.
So if you sit on the board,
sit on the board, you should recuse yourself if that comes up for a direct discussion.
I have clarity now. I should have piped up and said something at that point, but maybe they made that point and I just didn't pick it up. I'm sorry.
And these are boards that didn't originate from this council.
If the nonprofit is formed by the state or by a local government, it doesn't count.
All right, John, I got a question for you. So what if, like, you're on a subcommittee, like not on the board, but let's say they've got a special committee working on, let's say, finances.
The statute is very specific, and it lists out the 3 things that trigger it. As long as you're not an officer, director, or board member, then it does not apply. If it's just a ad hoc committee, I would not interpret this statute to prohibit that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Certainly.
All right, good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I have a review of the Civic Partnerships Program again for you this morning. Just to recap what we discussed at the last budget work session, we did receive a record number of applications for the cycle of the program. We received 17 applications and all 11 entities returning with applications for this go-around, as well as 6 new entries. However, 3 of the 6 new entries were deemed by the selection committee to not be eligible for the particular program given what they requested the funds for. So 14 applications in all were considered, up from 11 for the last cycle of the program. So what that equated to in dollars was a proposed budget that council provided guidance on earlier, I think back in November, of $566,000 to go toward this program, and we received $835,000 of eligible requests, which is about a $250,000 gap that exists between requests and what we had allocated for this program. During the last budget work session, we did receive guidance from council that it would make sense to separate some of the applicants from this program. 3 of the applicants stood out as conducting different types of economic development activities from the others. Those were the Wilmington Film Commission, Wilmington Business Development, and Wilmington Downtown Incorporated. So those 3, per council guidance, have been separated in the budget into a different sundries account where they will execute their mission toward spending these grant funds under a service contract as opposed to a grant contract. So they will be a bit different than these others. So what we did with that $566,000 is we split it. The staff recommendation was to fund the request for Film Commission, WBD, and WDI at the levels that you see on the screen. So $337,500 were allocated into that new sundries account that I just mentioned, and the rest fell into the more traditional competitive process that we're familiar with. So, but in all, the funding is intact. It's just really, it was an allocation difference that resulted from council guidance. So from the applicants that we did receive, they really do separate into 2 categories. There's workforce development type entities or entrepreneurial services, you could say. Those were UNCW, CIE, the YWCA, and Genesis Block. And what you see on the slide here in bold are the amounts that staff recommended during the selection process with the scoring criteria as awards. You can see the requests there in the second column from the right, as well as what the county recommendation for this current fiscal year is for funding there in the middle, as well as last year's program amounts and the one-time city amounts that they've received in the relatively near future. These other applicants fall more into the category of tourism and cultural draws. The recommendations from staff are what you see up here on the slide, and I'd be happy to answer any direct questions on those, but these are the numbers as they panned out with the overall budget guidance that we were given. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Yes, sir. Mr. Barnett?
I've got a question on the Arts Council.
Sure.
Yeah. The Art Council, they made a presentation and they mentioned that they were getting this amount for like 3 years. I guess my question is with all the work that they do, you know, I would hope that they could get more, okay, bottom line. And I'm thinking that with, just like the chief talked about a crazy summer and because now people are coming out of COVID, what we're finding now more and more is that people need places where they can mentally release, you know, and art is a great way to do that. And so I just tried to see if we could find some more money for them. That's my request.
Thank you. I was disappointed in the remarks made about the $25,000 because there was no mention of the fact that, and I'm glad, Aubrey, you've shown that the Arts Council actually in this past year received $200,000. And that is a tremendous amount of money. And yes, arts, and I am honored to serve on the North Carolina Arts Council appointed by the governor. And so I'm pretty familiar with the advantages economic development-wise and quality of life that are provided by the arts. But I think they have fundraisers, they do a number of things, and they are well supported by the community. And I just was disappointed that there was no mention of the $200,000 that they had previously received. So I think I would support the city's recommendation.
Yes, sir, Ms. Anderson.
Aubrey, I don't want to get back into that discussion we had last time about where these belong and all that, because hopefully that was note taken then. But there is, just like with the, I guess probably if I turn a page or two, we're going to get to the agencies or what have you. There's for lack of a grid, a scoring system for these also, correct?
Yes.
It's not a number we pull out of the air.
No, sir. There is a scoring rubric that was presented to council, I think, back in November, that had different criteria that we use to evaluate these applications, yes.
And I know with the agencies, you know, I can't remember, maybe 2 years ago, ish, we started to kind of give some points for kind of at-risk youth, kind of tilt for, I don't know if we use the term rise, but in that vein as well. Back then we used that word. But is that still the case?
Yes, so there was a total of 15 points that an application could earn, and 2 of those 15 points would be attributed to an application that had, within the mission of the funds that were to be utilized with this grant award, if they serve minority communities or traditionally underserved communities, then you got 2 points, but that had to be explicit in the application as a direct use of the funds, so that had to be explained.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
Quick, help me understand something. The $200,000 that the Art Council received, it was not for the Arts Council. It was as an intermediary for the city to distribute to other places?
Yes, that is my understanding, is that the Arts Council basically acted as an administrator of these funds and divvying them up for programming around the city. I do not believe that they took a program management allocation from these funds. I think all of that, all of these $200,000 went out into art installation and art programming, and none of it really sort of went toward the administrative work that Art Council did. So I think that hopefully answers your question.
I guess, so it wasn't really like we're giving $200,000 to the Art Council. It was like they were just the go-through. They were, like, you pass it on to me, and then I pass it out to everybody else.
Yes, please help us put this to good use.
Okay.
But that is the role of the Arts Council, to take any funds and cycle them out to promote public art and performing arts and all kinds of things in our community, which is good for our quality of life as well as for economic development. So that is their role, to distribute those funds.
Yes.
Do we get an accounting or report of that? I mean, is there transparency as to what they do with those funds?
Yes, those ARP funds have a lot of requirements built into them, a lot of auditability. I'm sure we could get you
So
that.
if they sent 8 here and 10 here, we're going to know where all that went.
Yes, I'm sure we can provide that.
I was on that committee to distribute those funds, along with Hollis Briggs and somebody else. Right. No. Anyway, and so, yes, there's a list, and it says exactly the dollar amount that was given to each organization.
Let me intervene here, too. As a recipient of our $10,000, they will have to provide an audit of where that money went and how it was used.
Similar to what we did with the United, you gave United Way, what, $500,000 or something, and they sent it out.
I believe this is a little outside of my area expertise,
Okay,
but that is my understanding.
Yeah. Yeah, the bald head guy says yes. Okay, got you.
All right.
I want to make sure on this council initiative, RTA one-time funding, it's in our packet. Have we covered that? I want to make sure it doesn't slip by me. Human Services grants?
Oh, that's coming up next.
Thank you.
Councilman Rivenbark. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Aubrey.
Yes, Councilman Spears.
So my question is basically a follow-up to what the previous council members have already asked about the metrics, and you said there is a record or audit account of how the money was distributed, but is there an actual account of the reception or how far the money went? Do you understand what I'm saying with that question?
Yes, so each of these grant agreements has within them sort of scope of how the funding will be put to use. And in this cycle there, where we requested metrics as to how the performance of these funds would be measured. You know, as you can see up here on the slide though, Councilman Spears, there's a wide variety of nonprofit entities that we have that'll be putting these funds to use. So there's going to be a variety of metrics that are used to evaluate how the funds were put to work.
Right, I get that. Right, so let me just use an example: the film festival, Jewish Film Festival, and and we send somebody, or let's just say I'm out, and I say, I want to go and check out the film festival, and it's just me and another person there for how many other days that the film festival is going on. That's not the right bang for our buck. So I'm asking, I guess it's a part of their job, if an organization, a nonprofit organization knows that, some grant money is available, they're gonna apply for it. But, we wanna make sure that it's actually being put to use, because you could have a film festival, or you could have an arts council, or you could have a lot of these different things. But are we actually getting bodies? Are we getting the correct usage out of the grant dollars that are being provided?
Yes, sir. We have a auditability clause in each and every one of these agreements, and that is vetted every year. So the city staff does ensure that the funds are being put toward appropriate use.
Okay, thank you.
Aubrey, remind me, the YWCA, that's the new program last year. Was it last year that first time we funded it?
I'm not sure which program cycle was there first, but they were certainly part of the last cycle, perhaps before, but I can't remember.
Helping females start businesses, is that what I'm trying to just refresh?
Yeah,
synopsis.
That's right. The program they run is basically, I would call it entrepreneurial support services. So if there are YWCA members that say have a business on the side that isn't quite part of the formal economy, where maybe they're making jewelry and selling it online, or whatever the case may be, YWCA will offer help to help these individuals start an LLC, help them with marketing efforts, help them fill out tax returns, and really kind of provide them a way to become educated on how to make whatever endeavor they're participating in a bit more formal.
I guess before I forget, I can't remember the last time we got one, and maybe it was recent and I just can't remember, but it was on the UNCW, on the CIE is the incubator, right?
Yes.
Have we gotten a update? We get an annual, or what's the point?
So we do get an annual update from them every cycle, as is required by their contract. They have to provide us an annual report out of what they're doing with the money. But in terms of a presentation from them in a while, I don't believe so. They have had some staff turnover, and they're, I think, right on the cusp of having somebody new come in to lead the CIE program. So that's something I'd be happy to help arrange once they make that new hire.
Well, it's a curious, I don't know how long, I've lost track, call it a decade, close to it. We've been giving them, the number in my head was 70, I think, what used to 70, I don't know. And it's down, but that their metric would show basically that they should get the same amount as a program at the UNC, at the YWCA that just started. So it speaks to me that they're ineffective. Do you follow?
I do follow.
Okay. All right, it was just, the two numbers, the fact that we've invested that long in them and that's, they're seen as equivalent is just interesting. All right, thanks.
I think.
You know, like when we do tax credits for people, we rely on the state employment agency to verify jobs created and what have you. We have a level of accountability that we enjoy. With some of these, like what Neil was just talking about, you know, the counties never participated in CIE, never. They were certainly courted, but never participated. We always have. And, you know, it's been a while since anybody came down here and presented us with results. And, you know, I don't know how we can be comfortable. I'm not casting aspersions on anybody, but there needs to be a better way for me to understand that, you know, we're getting any kind of return on our investment.
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to share what they provided to substantiate the use of the funds, and I can certainly arrange a presentation as well. We can have both those things take place if that's the request.
And not just CIE, but all of them.
Okay.
Well, I think CIE, you know, and Neil, just piggyback on what Neil and Charlie said. I mean, they're on at least their fourth or fifth director. I mean, there's just tremendous turnover there. When they initially came, I don't know how many years, 8, 9, 10 years ago or something, it was going to be a one-year thing. Isn't that right? It was going to be a 1 or 2, 3 years, and then that would be it. We needed to help get them on their feet and get them going, and they're going to be so successful. They're going to bring all kinds. And we really haven't seen any results, and we've still been funding them now for like 10 years. And quite frankly, the university probably has more money than we do. So.
Aubrey, could we highlight hearing everybody up here, they've been dealing with CIE a lot longer than I have. I am familiar with it, and think we could highlight this one as something to potentially fund once we've actually seen some sort of presentation and some metrics from them, and have a little budget note on here and to that effect?
Sure, and just hold the 50,000 in reserve?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Just wanted to let you know that YWCA was first funded in FY20, and the CIE was in FY16. And it was for a startup, and I believe it was 3 years, if I recall. So.
I want to, you know, we're having a discussion about clarifying what the investment that we're making for the return that we're making on that investment. And I can look at the Film Commission, because I sit on the Film Commission, I can tell you exactly the amount of money that's being spent in the community, and I know the amount of jobs it's creating. Johnny coming in and talking about it. But when you get into some of the other stuff, like Wilmington Downtown, I mean, WBD obviously has got to show us the amount of jobs that they're creating and bringing into the community and what they've done and what have you. I mean, it's pretty well defined. On some of this other stuff, it could be arbitrary. It could be based on what we individually think. But from a staffing perspective, when you folks are evaluating that, Tony, are you evaluating it based on return on investment or impact it's having overall to the overall community? Follow me? There's not, you know, if we're looking for specific numbers when it comes to, let's just say, whether it's Genesis Block, whether it's a CIE, whether it's a community college, you know, community college also has an entrepreneur program I know that the county is supporting, and other things. I guess what I'm asking for, Aubrey, is what are the number of CIEs that are in the community? Because we got the YWCA now, we've got Genesis Block, we've got CIE, we've got even the community college that the county supports in with their dollars. So when you look at all these individual, and there's probably more than that out there in regards to job training and job creation and entrepreneurship, are we trying to extrapolate from that the number of jobs that have been created, companies have been created, or what, is that how you're measuring it?
So it's not easy to compare apples to apples what these organizations are doing. The scoring rubric that we had gave points on economic priority, which we defined in 3 categories as job recruitment or retention agencies, was the highest scoring. Then workforce training, upskilling, entrepreneurial support services, that was the next category. And then being a cultural or regional draw was a 1-point award. So made it, the scoring system was a bit more generic. And then there's another category for job sector or workforce gap priority. So depending on the types of jobs or the types of entrepreneurial services that were being provided, you got a certain point amount. What wages were associated with those job types received varying point amounts, as well as return on investment, but not in a numerical sense. It was an articulation of the return on investment that the city funding would provide for the programming. So it was how clear a connection could be drawn between how the funds were used and the return on investment to the city and taxpayers as a result. So it's not something that like we quantified quite the way you're talking about it,
Well,
Mr. Mayor.
and I think that there's a disconnect between what staff is recommending based on the evaluating process that you have and what we have individually in our own, in the 7 of us minds. You
All right.
following me?
Yes.
Because I think that some of us are looking at it as number of jobs, number of companies, period, black and white. Got it. What you're going is a lot deeper than that. And I don't think we understand that process as well. Nothing against you guys, and you're doing the right thing. I don't think we understand on our end exactly how you're quantifying why you're spending the money, and that's causing a tad bit of a confusion, or there's a difference of opinion amongst the 7 of us as to what this means. Follow me?
Yes.
And it's a difficult thing to put you folks in, but we have to have a better understanding as to how you're measuring it. And if we want to measure something and put another measurement stick in there, then we should. To Neil's point, some of the others is to, okay, we're going to bring these individual folks in here to talk to us about this. What are the points that we as a council would like to see, the highlights, and then what you folks have evaluated it at?
Sure. We'd be happy to propose some revised guidance into how this program works, is set up, and is scored with proactive council guidance, or we can, as staff, make some recommendations for council to react to, whatever the preference is.
I'm going to go to Margaret real quick, and then Neil.
On the CIE, I mean, I would be curious as to where their other funding comes from. What percentage of the funding are we?
They provided that in their application, and I'm going off memory here a bit, but I believe the city's funding was in the neighborhood of 25 to 30%, somewhere in there, of the CIE's overall program. They did, obviously the biggest proportion was the states, and then they do raise some funding from other places.
Okay, thank you.
Neil? Okay.
And we did look for that in applications, is the diversity of funding sources was something that we did look at.
I think you're doing great. I think you and Suzanne, y'all's scoring system that you have, I think is valid. I think it's very, very good, and it's just better than us just spitballing, who we know or what we think people are doing. So I think it's a fair and just system. But as the mayor says, we just kind of get the upper view of it. So that's why we're asking all these questions.
Understand. Thank you. Oh, that one's, yes, that one is mine, but it's from I think previous presentation. I think that was a slide from last presentation that made it into your packet.
just because I'm confused, what is this?
So that was, leading up to this presentation, there were a lot of comparisons made between what the city was providing in terms of funding for these types of programs as opposed to the county. So those were some metrics to compare what the city was doing versus the county. So that slide in particular that you're holding up, Councilman Anderson, is the county breaks their non-agency funding, or excuse me, their agency funding into three categories. There's like human services, economic development, and then a third that's escaping me right now. So the economic development segment, I'm comparing what we do for economic development under the Civic Partnerships Program versus what they have in that category on their budget. And so the takeaway there is, as a proportion of what they give to nonprofits or these agencies,
which is the big number.
Is a bigger proportion than what we do.
This number.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I didn't understand what this number, the little number was, but that's fine.
That one's us, yeah.
Aubrey, we are going to discuss human services competitive process as well, right?
Yes, up next. Thank you.
Thank you, Aubrey. Suzanne Rogers will come forward and go over the Human Service Agency funding mechanisms.
I think I did something, Dylan. Oh, okay, it's just on my screen. I can live with it. Thank you, Mr. Cottle, Council. Similar to the process that Aubrey just described, you all, of course, are familiar with the Human Services Grants process. The difference between the two is Human Service Grants focuses on program services that benefit low to moderate income individuals and communities. That's one of the major differences. So we received 38 applications this year, which is, I think, a few more than we had in the past round. That was from 35 agencies. 2 of the applications were joint. So for a total of 38 programs. And when we look at these applications, we're asking people to apply for programs. So it's not about funding an organization per se, but funding a program within the organization. So in some instances, the organization has one program and that's what they do and that's what they're asking for. In other instances, an organization may have multiple programs and they're just asking the city to help support 1 or 2. So they're out of all of the applications, 10 of those were new agencies. And you will recall earlier in the budget process, we brought forward some changes to our application and focus areas because we had heard from you all that you wanted to ensure that new agencies, new programs had a fair chance to participate. So we made some changes in our process to make sure that we weren't inadvertently penalizing anyone just for being new. So that was a total request of $1.4 million. And you can see in this slide, we compare the last cycle to the cycle for the coming budget year. And as I'm sure you all are very familiar with, in the budget process, the grant process, there's always more request, more need than resources. And so it is a challenging process because by and large, all of our applications, all of the agencies are doing great work. So we try to develop a matrix and a system so that we can be as objective as possible using a staff team and take out as much subjectivity as we can in the scoring process. But it's an ongoing process. There was some one-time funding that council and budget provided last year as part of the Rise Together initiative that we were asked to identify. So this funding was sort of out of the typical cycle, you all may recall.
Was this CARES Act or ARPA funding, or was this just
I believe this was general fund.
general fund? Okay.
This came through budget last year, so I'll defer to Laura to. General fund. Is that correct, Suzanne? Oh. Yeah, thank you. So this was not any CARES Act or ARPA. But it was received sort of, we're on a 2-year cycle, so this was received sort of mid-cycle special funding because of Rise Together and I think also the pandemic. We require folks to attend mandatory workshops so that we can go over the whole process, what we're looking for in the applications. And so that is one of the requirements. People attended that. This is a breakdown by the various sort of priority areas that we identified for you: youth violence, economic prosperity, safe haven, housing displacement, and access to nutritious food. We changed the funding limits this year. You may recall we created a maximum grant of $50,000, which definitely impacted some of the awards for folks who had in the past received more than that maximum, and that no organization would receive over $75,000 in total for those organizations that might have more than one program. And we also changed the payment process. It had in the past been only reimbursable, but this time we are going to allow, upon request, agencies to receive some funding up front, and then once they document the expenditures, to start receiving the rest of it. Again, with an eye towards being able to not inadvertently penalize those startups or newer agencies that may not have the cash flow or line of credit or whatever resources. And then I've talked about evaluation criteria. Again, the point system, you can see it here. The things that were added are diversity, equity, inclusion for 15 points, and then we modified how we looked at past performance. And so if an agency had been a prior grantee and didn't perform well, then we took points away from them. So it's not, again, not to penalize new agencies in any way. And here are the focus areas, which I'm not going to go through all of these in the interest of time, and if we need to go to them, we can. So that's essentially the process. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, Suzanne?
I have one, and I think I brought it up last time, but and maybe it's because we're trying not to penalize startups, but I don't think that should come at the expense of proven programs. And I noticed that we're cutting WARM in half, and with all the housing issues that we discuss continually up here, I'm a little disappointed to see a nonprofit that's got proven results combat housing affordability losing that amount of funding year over year. And basically I just was looking for some sort of explanation on why that happened.
Right, and you have, I think, in your packet, more information with the amount of the awards and the point system and how they broke down into tiers. So Warm received 126 points, and part of what happened with Warm's scoring, they did not have a budget narrative. They did not have a board of directors list with addresses, which was a required document. I think that was probably 2 points. Their budget did not seem realistic because in the interview process, they could not explain an increase to office supplies, a pretty significant increase when we asked them, and so they did not receive good points or the maximum points in that budget level, or that, I'm sorry, in the budget portion of the scoring matrix.
Thank you. Had their budget changed significantly year over year from the last time that they applied?
Their supply budget, office supply budget, did change significantly, and so that was part of what we was asked of them in that interview. And to the folks on the interview panel, they just really couldn't adequately answer that question. And that did impact their scoring.
May I? Did that get corrected?
I'm not sure what,
I've got 3 things up here and I don't see. Okay. I thought this was what we were going to, I got you.
Okay. Question. Are you finished, Charlie? You okay. Did Warm get a new director or something? Is that, because you said when they were answering the questions, the person wasn't like prepared or something. Was that because they had a new person, or? What was
the
that?
director wasn't at the interview, a staff person was at the interview.
Okay. And I guess my other question is, when you said to them, we don't have these documents, did they provide them for you, or they just couldn't?
We didn't ask them to provide them
Okay.
because they were asked to provide them as part of the
From the beginning.
application process. They came to the workshop. We went through all of the documents that we would need. And so at that point, once we receive the application, that's sort of the end of what we're accepting,
I
so
understand.
that everyone is
It's a fair
treated
shake.
equally.
I understand. Okay. Thank you.
I have sort of an umbrella question, and I guess I ask this annually. But the 23-24 budget is almost $690,000. And what is that percentage-wise of our total city budget? Because, do you see that, Charlie? Are you saying what that is? Oh, okay. Because in the past, it's been like 0.5%. And I would just be curious if there's any way that that overall budget could be increased to try to reduce this difference of $740,000, which is almost a 50% more difference than we had in the last budget cycle, which was 5.25, and now it's 740. Do you see what I'm saying?
The financial management policies just recommend 0.5% of the budget. Typically, for the past 5 years, we've been at about 1%. We are looking at and have an item coming to council, I believe in June, to change that percentage of management policy to the 1%. And we're looking at operating instead of the full budget, but you look at either the full budget or the operating, it still comes to 1%. So it's up to council if they want to go over that. The financial management policies are a recommendation that we like to follow.
Okay, run that by me again. It used to be 1%, are you saying?
It
And
is-
and
it's-
now the budget instructions were 1/2?
No, currently the financial management policies recommend 0.5% of the total budget.
going up.
In the past 5 years, we have been funding 1% or close to 1%.
Our policy has been half, and what you've indicated and you've shared with us is in the last 5 years, we've been funding it really
We've been
over-
funding it
we've been
higher
at
than
1%.
that.
So the policy recommendation is we're going to move it up to 1%.
Correct.
As the, yeah, okay. I mean, do you see my point that the delta is getting bigger and bigger?
And we also increased both by 10% for this particular year, for
I'm
this
sorry,
process.
what was that?
Each of the processes were increased by 10% funding.
Okay, thank you.
You had 10 new agencies apply.
You're going,
So there's 10 new people with their laundry list of requests, right?
Correct. I would share a couple of things related to WARM and Habitat for Humanity along the housing. Obviously, housing is a very important need. We, not as part of this process directly, but certainly related, we've had conversations with both WARM and Habitat asking them if they would be interested in bidding for our owner-occupied rehab projects. WARM has been receiving those bid packets for a while now, and we're going to start to send them also to Habitat for Humanity. So what that means for those organizations, and I think for the city, of course, it's up to them whether they bid and that, but I think the opportunity for all of us is to create a closer partnership. We struggle in our owner-occupied rehab program to find contractors. I think, generally speaking, it's difficult to find contractors for construction work, and rehab work is particularly challenging. So this would help us by increasing our pool of contractors. It would also give them another funding stream. And since we're all working towards the same goal of helping improve people's housing and therefore quality of life, it seems like a win-win, and they both indicated an interest in doing that. So we're going to continue to monitor that and work with them in hopes that they will also start participating in that. That makes
Suzanne,
sense.
Just a question, when you're evaluating these agencies, and you're evaluating based on the service delivery within the incorporated city limits, the 50 square miles that we represent, correct?
Absolutely.
So I know that WARM does things in Brunswick, Pender, and in the county, so I know at some time it's hard to justify what's being spent in the city, what's being spent in the county or other counties if we're giving them the lump sum. So I guess I'm going to go back to the question here. We're setting aside a certain amount of money for affordable housing initiatives, rental rehab, all the things that you folks do over there. So if we wanted to, or you wanted to, from the city could contract out with WARM to spend that money in the city based on rental rehab within the incorporated city limit, where you can call them up and say, hey, I'd like for you guys to bid on this?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
And
there's a
that-
pot of money they can access that's centric to the city.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what we're encouraging and hoping that they will do. And Habitat has since Hurricane Florence stood up a rehab component of their program. And it's my understanding, I'm certainly not speaking for JC, but it's my understanding that they're looking at expanding into more of a social enterprise component for their program as well, to do more contracting.
So I'm going to go back, I'm going to take another one here. Nourish NC, that primarily focuses 100% in New Hanover County. And what we're asking the question is, how many of those citizens are you feeding that are within the city limits? How many of them are in the county? I know probably, I know that's a difficult thing, but they are focused 100% for New Hanover County. So we have a challenge for that, right? When we're talking about these kinds of agencies that may be multiple jurisdictions where they're in a lot of different places, whether it's the food bank or Nourish NC or something along those lines.
That's correct, and we do ask them in the application how many service units, individuals they serve within the city limits, and then as part of their reporting, we ask them to report who numbers that they're serving within the city limits.
Okay, so if they're serving, let's just say 80% of the population that they're serving within New Hanover County is within the incorporated city limits, we would do it on a percentage basis based on the fact is where you're showing that 80% are coming from this geographic area. We want to put more money or give you a percentage of that based on I know it's a difficult thing to do when it's multiple jurisdictional like that. And I know you're trying to use the taxpayers' money for the city of Wilmington for taxpayer initiatives within the incorporated city limits, which is the right thing to do. But some of this stuff is really bleeding over into New Hanover County, city, different counties that are doing good work.
Yes, sir, it's difficult. So we, again, ask them how many folks they're serving within the city limits, and so that's a consideration. And then we ask that they only use city funds for services within the city limits.
So let's go back to Warm real quick. In respect to, on the CDBG funding that we get for some certain amount of affordable housing initiatives, there's, I imagine, significant guidelines from the federals as to who we can use and how do they bid and all that kind of stuff, correct?
Correct.
So Warm is a little bit more loosely created with volunteers and groups that come together to help do that. So we can use general funds that we have allocated for affordable housing to make it a little bit more lenient to be able to work with Warm. Is that a fair assessment, fair comment?
That's a, that's a fair comment, but Warm has a general contractor on staff, a GC, and so they can bid on our jobs. And they also will sub out many components of a job. Like volunteers don't typically do roofs, electric, plumbing, HVAC. They typically sub that out. So they would still be able to bid on a rehab job as a GC, sub out, you know, those trades, licensed trades, and use volunteers for things that volunteers would be capable of doing.
Okay.
As long as they're supervised and under that GC.
Understood.
Suzanne,
Yes.
you can't see me. I see you looking around, but you can't see me.
I can't.
Here's a question, and it may be a basic question, but how many of these organizations are we partners with, but then we turn around and see them apply for grant opportunities? You understand my question?
Are you asking how many programs are we missing?
No, Councilman Barnett.
Right.
No, sir. I think she gets it. She's pondering.
Well, I think that the only two that we would be contracting services with would be Habitat and Warm.
Okay, so let me be a little more specific, and this may not be the human services, but it might be. So let's look at the partnership we have with the YMCA, with the Y. So we have a partnership with the Y, correct? Or that might be a question for Tony.
I'm not aware of.
Well, we have a situation where they manage the pools and they.
We have a contract with YMCA to provide lifeguard services, manage the pools. We also, I believe, still have an association with the Y for the referees program. We do that ourselves now. So the only contract. Excuse me.
But we also see them apply for grants too, right? So I'm just using them as an example some of the partnerships that we have with some nonprofit organizations, like regular business, that we pay for, and then we turn around and see them apply for grant opportunities as well. Yes or no? From my screen, I can see that nice shiny bald head of yours nodding up and down, Tony.
I'm trying to think of agencies with whom we have a contract, and then we also give money. And I can't think of any, but if you will give us some opportunity to cross-reference those two, we'll get that information to you.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. And I mentioned that because Suzanne mentioned the 10 new organizations who are trying to, who applied. And I know last year I was really advocating, had pom-poms for, us opening up opportunities for new organizations. So that's why I wanted to bring that up. But okay, I'll wait.
Yes, sir, I understand. And off the top of my head, I don't know that we have any that we contract with that we also give money, but let us verify that for you, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rammar?
Suzanne, over a period of time on council, we have had so many people come to us for funding, and we've funded them, considered them, and we've very quietly slipped into some areas that probably are not under our umbrella. The social programs, mental health, other programs that by and large are county responsibilities, because that's the responsibility that is extended to them by the state. So I mean, that's a fair statement. I mean, I don't care whether you agree with me or not. It is, because a lot of these programs are social programs, and the municipalities are generally not charged with that. But we've gotten into it, and it's kind of like quicksand. We can't extricate ourselves from it. So we continue to do it, and like Kevin just said, we got 10 new ones. And they may not all fall into that category I just described, but some certainly do. And then we have programs that have measurable success. And some of those, for example, WARM, they keep people in homes. We see Brian come down here Tuesday after Tuesday with homes that have been allowed to fall in because for whatever reason they fell in the cracks. They didn't qualify for any of our programs. The heirs couldn't agree on the time of day. And if he had that, or if the city had that person that could go out and do a $2,000 fix to repair a leak in the roof or a porch or electrical or plumbing, that makes a huge difference. That keeps people in their homes, keeps them from being homeless. And I know I'm preaching to the choir. I don't mean to be standing up here on my soapbox, but those are the kinds of programs that I really get behind. Not that I'm not the other, because Voyage is an important program. They got a summer jobs program coming up, an 8-week program to keep these 14, 19-year-old kids focused on something besides just being in the street because they got nothing else to do. Those are the ones that you have some measurable success for, and the other ones you have to take their word for it. But the ones that I can put my hands on and I can get my head wrapped around it, those are the ones that mean so much to me. And the scoring, I know that's how you try to you have to have some kind of way to evaluate them, and I get that. The other point I wanted to make is I realize that these folks all have boards and advisors and directors that kind of know what they're doing, and I don't think they just sit around and pull a number out of the air. I think they put a lot of thought and effort into the numbers that they ask for, and as human nature is, they probably pad that a little bit because they know they're not going to get what we ask for. But these discrepancies keep getting bigger and bigger, and as somebody just said, we had 10 new ones come on board. But I hope that we will really be able to give our full attention to these that make a difference. Cape Fear Habitat for Humanity, WARM, Voyage, Brigade Boys and Girls Clubs, the ones that that are really doing some good things, and I'll be quiet and let somebody else talk.
Barnett, and then Mr.
Thanks.
Waddell.
Just for my knowledge again, when we award these grants, this is like a 3-year cycle? Is that what?
2 year.
2 years, okay? That's number one. Number two is, after, let's say, suppose I applied and I was on tier 3. After I get the award, do we sit and talk to them and say, hey, here's how you could become a tier 2? Or at the end of the evaluation, do we say to them, okay, here's where you fell short, blah, blah, blah? You know what I mean? Is there any kind of follow-up after they do their evaluations? That's what I'm asking.
We have some agencies who ask for specific information about their score and why they got it, and we provide that. We don't provide that unless they request it. As for timing, we do have a workshop for everyone who's funded to go through what they will need to do to enter into the contract phase and the reporting requirements and all of that. And then, of course, we're in contact with them, throughout the year.
Okay. So maybe, and I know I won't put a whole lot of time on you, but maybe during that time when you meet with everybody, you could maybe take 20 minutes or so and just say, here's some of the things that cause people to not be as successful in our granting request because, you didn't do this or you didn't do that. That's all. Mm-hmm. All right, but no, I appreciate the hard work that you guys do, and I know it's tough, and I appreciate the categories. Thank you.
Just to piggyback a little bit on Councilman Rivenbark's points, I heard there was going to be a proposal, I guess, in future years to take our recommended amount of the budget for these programs from 0.5% to 1%. I think before we discussed doubling council's policy, I think it's prudent and in taxpayers' best interest to really nail down the ones that are benefiting the city the most and not bleeding over into a lot of the others, and make sure we can quantify and get the amount of data, because just doubling the amount is not the answer to do that arbitrarily. So I think a full study really needs to be implemented with council's input before that's done.
Neil?
Well, as I understand, I hear you on that, Luke. Really our policy has just been, it's just antiquated. I mean, we've been at 1% or higher for 5-6 years. So that policy went away. I mean, but in terms of making sure it stays within the board, I agree wholeheartedly. But it's going to be hard on some of them. But I hear you. And I hate going one by one on these because the process, but I just look at things like Link and Brigade, and I assume, I'm sure maybe the Community Boys Club serves more people, or I assume they must have had some much better metrics. They requested the same money and got a different outcome, and if that's the case. But I guess the biggest reason for the drop probably this time, if you look at Link, they dropped $38,000 roughly, and Brigade dropped 19. So a lot of that had to do with that 50s. You're starting with a max of 50,000, right?
Correct.
So that's whereas they were getting Link got 78.6 last
Correct.
time, right?
So they were at the max. They couldn't exceed the 50,000 max to start with.
So it's not really a reflection of what that big drop's not really a reflection of their work.
No.
It's just
The change in the
that
program.
limit. We just might consider, and this is kind of a one-time thing, I guess, really, right? I mean, or maybe not one time, but it's not something we're going to probably do all the time, lowering the threshold, right?
That's up to council.
Okay. Well, I just sit there and I think when you make that big of a hit on a nonprofit and what they pay their people and stuff, I mean, that's, can be a job, a job or two. I guess what I'm saying is having that, if they're doing good work, it should be gradual, is what I'm getting at, instead of just a big punch. Which, kind of that one, those two stick out to me, and then Warren. But I got to admit, I don't remember setting that threshold. Was that a policy we gave you? 50?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor, if I might try to go back and answer Councilman Spears' question. Councilman Spears, we can only find one agency with whom we have a contract and also donated money, and that's the First Tee program. And actually, they pay us an amount of $53,000 annually associated with our contract, and then we give them $12,000. So we cannot find an agency with whom we contract other than First Tee.
Thanks, Tony.
You're welcome.
And
If I could just.
Mr. Anderson, just one clarification. I think I mentioned earlier, but I'll repeat. It's $50,000 per program, $75,000 per organization. So if they had multiple programs.
I just want to go back, just make sure I have this right, and to follow up on what Mr. Waddell said. The ongoing policy has been 0.5%, but the actuality is, for the last year or so, we've been doing 4 or 5 years, we've been doing 1%. Is that right? So we're just trying to get the policy to be in line with the actual expenditures.
That is correct.
I understand that. My point's a little broader. It's what's the point of having a policy if we're going to constantly go over it? So I think if we bump it to 1%, we'll be coming back in a few years and saying, well, we're spending a point and a half. I think our fund balance policy, and this is a after lunch discussion, but a little precursor here, our fund balance policy I think is like 30%, and we're operating around 40. So I think if we have a policy, it would be in everybody's best interest to stick to it. That's my broader point there.
Any other questions for Suzanne or for Laura regarding the Human Services agencies?
Just real quick to Suzanne, well, maybe this is for affordable housing, or maybe you can answer it. I guess the money that we set aside for affordable housing, which I think last year was the highest amount, I believe, ever that we put aside, that had used some of the ARPA funding, I believe. We use all of that money, correct, every single year? I mean, you deplete that account. If we appropriated $4 million in affordable housing funds, you use all of that for the year, or you save some of it, or some of it doesn't qualify?
So the general fund money that is appropriated for affordable housing has been appropriated in the past to the homeownership program. I think some was appropriated to the rental rehab program the current year, and homeowner occupied. So that program, those funds go into revolving loan funds. We don't necessarily use all of it within the fiscal year. It's not tied to the fiscal year like other general funds. Those revolving loan funds also generate program income. So it really depends on the production level of loans, how much program income. So some years, if properties are sold, that will be a big, input into the revolving loan fund. Other years that doesn't happen, things like that. So right now we do have a balance in the HOP fund because, as you all know, there's a shortage of affordable housing for first-time homebuyers, which is what that program's designed for. We will be coming to you in August with some changes to the guidelines and program limits. Generally, just off the top of my head, what we are seeing a big increase in applications for our owner-occupied rehab program over past years. So we're getting a lot of activity there.
Okay, very good, thank you.
And then, while we're on the subject, you all have started this current year and hopefully in the adopted budget for next year, setting aside funding for gap financing out of fund balance. And of course, that's very important to leverage tax credit projects and other projects. So you'll see some of those coming forward as well.
Very good.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir. Sir,
can I just speak to the 0.5% of the budget for the human services grants?
Sure.
I think the proposal or the suggestion of operating at 0.5%, but us always being around 1% for the past 4 or 5 years is a great testament to the work that we do as a city and staff does, because we understand the needs of the city, because there's no way we can just stick to a certain percentage. As much as we see the city grow and we see the needs of this city grow, because, you know, I think it would mean that we would always have an excuse as to why we would do a thing. And we haven't been that government body who makes an excuse as to why we can't do a thing. We've always, I mean, speaking for my time on council, we always find a way, we look for a way to make things happen. So I just want to put that out there to the public that, you know, it gets a little sticky. I know we come up with policies so we would have something to refer back to, but, you know, I think every time we get together, council meeting, budget work session, we talk about the growth. We talk about where we're taking this city. So I think, you know, we're just growing with the times. I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, it's fair. Yeah. The needs are great. That's very well said.
Mr. Mayor, those are all of the presentations that we had planned for you today. We knew those were 3 items about which council had previous discussion, and we knew you'd like to go through those on a more intricate base. If you have, we are at the point now that if you have questions about certain aspects of the proposed budget, we'll certainly be glad to entertain those, be prepared to make any changes that you would suggest, and then be prepared to come back to you with the first reading of the budget in the first meeting in June.
Can you give us, can we take a 5-minute recess?
Yes, sir,
for everybody
absolutely.
just to reconvene here, okay? Let's do 5 minutes. bring the meeting back to order, I will need to do a roll call. Mayor Pro Tem, are you here? Present. Okay, Councilor Rivenbark? Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Anderson is absent at the time being. Councilmember Barnett? Councilmember Spears?
Here.
Okay, Councilmember Waddell? And the chair is here, so we have a quorum, everybody's here and accounted for. So I'm going to turn this back over to you, Tony, real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Mayor was admonishing me for my lack of manners, but I want to take the opportunity here to introduce our latest Deputy City Manager addition. Mary, will you stand, please? This is Mary Vigue. Mary comes to us from the city of Raleigh, where she was the Budget and Management Director. Prior to that, she worked in the city of Greensboro as an Assistant City Manager, overseeing many of the same departments that she will oversee here, which will be mainly our internal services, such as finance, IT, HR, administration, those types of things. But I just wanted to let you put a face with a name. She's been here about a week now, and I think she's going to stay, or at least I hope she's going to stay. I just wanted to let you put a face with a name, but we're very glad to have Mary on board with us. So thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Mary. Welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, as I indicated before the break, we are at the point where we have concluded our presentations that we knew about subjects about which you had questions. And so we are now prepared to attempt to answer questions and make modifications to the manager's budget. And we'll just turn the floor over to you, and we can start with the individual questions and modifications.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Mr. Waddell?
Yeah, and looking in the recommended budget, not the packet for today, but the recommended budget we were given in early May. I didn't see a line item, and I just want to have some clarification for the Live Oak Amphitheater seats, the $14,000 that we had budgeted in years past. Have we removed that from the budget in future years?
No, sir. That item remains in the budget. Ms. Mortel, can you tell us about that, please?
Yes, that budget, this is where it gets loud, sorry. You can find that on page 104 under Community Services, and it's the Riverfront Park season seats, and it's budgeted at 14,000, a little over 14. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. I think we've got some egg on our face as a city from the non-use of that in the past, and I'd like to at least have a conversation of removing that from the 23 budget. I think we could. I understand the idea of utilizing it from an economic development standpoint, and I think as a city and as influential individuals within the city, if we needed to obtain tickets outside of ones that we purchased, for $14,000 and just had on hand, I don't think we would have any issues obtaining tickets for specific events that we deem necessary, rather than just doing a blanket purchase every year and a blanket line item every year. So I'd like to at least have a conversation of removing that from FY23 budget.
I don't disagree with that if we're going to stick with the policy that we have. I don't know, Luke, if you followed it back then, but that was not the original outline. And a poorly written article in the press about apartment builders. We were going to take a bunch of apartment builders which was never the case. And all this press we got, originally we were going to do things like, we were going to there were several other smaller things like reward employees that went above and beyond and worked overtime or took a project on. We were going to try to reward, we hadn't come up with the formula to do it, which may be another challenge we can't overcome, but people in the, students or that had done well or won awards or kind of a reward kind of system, especially for folks who can't afford to go. But then when the press came out, so it was just, the article was written in such that we were just going to give a bunch of apartment developers tickets, which was never the intent. And I was even challenged on, well, what about the time the Avenues was coming up? What about the Avenues? I said, well, that's a little different. There are some apartments. It's a 5-star hotel. They're going to employ X hundred people. So if somebody came along like that, that would be a yes. But so it just, you know, it was maybe in my opinion, it was an overreaction, but it was just the nature at the time. It was what we did was go full economic development. But if we're going to delete it, I mean, if we're going to keep it, I'd like to expand go back to some of the original thinking and use it, make sure it gets used in other ways, such as those, and maybe there are others. But if we're going to continue to use it, try to use it in the exact same fashion we are now, I don't disagree with you.
Could I just, and Margaret, if you want to go ahead, I just would like some, I know this is, I guess, the second iteration that we've had of it in 2022. So do we have any sort of reporting on the use this year?
We have instituted a makeshift policy this year as a result of the criticism and as a result of now knowing that we have tickets that are available and can be turned back in for resale. There have been, and I'm going to ask staff to correct me where I'm wrong, but there has been a situation this year where we have taken the first group block of tickets, and I don't know how many there are. Jared, Amy, somebody?
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. That's correct. We're looking at this season in 3 sections at a time. And so the first section is through the end of June. And of those concerts taking place in that time period, 3 concerts have been identified by an economic development partner for the use of those tickets. In this case, that's the Film Commission.
Out of how many have we had? Or 3 out of?
I can get that number to you shortly, as soon as I sit down.
I have an idea in my head, but.
But I'll verify the number as soon as I get back to my seat. But as the city manager also alluded to, we have now verified that if city council or our economic development partners are not going to be using the tickets for any given show, we can release those back to the general public to be sold through Ticketmaster at their face value.
So we would recoup that amount?
We would recoup that amount. That is correct. We're currently trying to tie into their financial system and get them into our financial system as a vendor so that those transactions can take place.
For any of the concerts that have happened thus far this year, have we not sold tickets back?
We have not sold the tickets back yet because we're still trying to tie into we're essentially each having to set each other up as a vendor, and there's just paperwork that goes into that that's still being completed.
Okay. It seems overly cumbersome to me for staff to be going through concerts that we're not using and ultimately wasting taxpayer dollars. I know that's maybe a little aggressive language, but it just seems to be a problem and doesn't seem to be one that we can kind of wrap our heads around. I realize it's cumbersome for staff, but I think staff has a lot to do already.
Once it's set up, it's very easy. It's just a couple of clicks, on a phone or a tablet. It's the getting it set up that's been cumbersome.
So you would be pretty confident that in the second phase, so we're in the first phase now, we're working on the system. Second phase, we would have this system fully operational?
I believe so.
And at that point, should never lose money on a ticket.
I shouldn't think so unless there's a reason I'm not considering.
Assuming the tickets are resold. We're turning them over to
Correct.
another party who will resell them.
Thanks for that clarification, that's correct.
Right, because if you have the box tickets and let's say nobody wants to go to that show, then we would eat those tickets, correct?
Right, so if there was a show that for whatever reason wasn't a very popular show and those tickets remain available to the general public, but nobody in the general public chooses to purchase them, yes, we would have that loss.
So, I'm sorry, Margaret, I've interrupted you like 3 times. So back to my main point, I think we could create a policy that if council or executive staff decided that there was some economic development opportunity that we needed to go purchase tickets, by all means, let's go purchase some tickets, but to just unilaterally purchase VIP tickets year over year at $14,000 seems wasteful, and I'm not in support of this whatsoever. Even if we needed to make sure we had VIP allocations for these box seats, I think this group up here and city staff, upper level city staff, have the contacts and the Rolodex to be able to find those tickets if we needed them.
I appreciate that viewpoint. Just want to make sure that council is aware that there are no available VIP boxes. There's a waiting list. They're sold out of them. So by purchasing the box every year, you're making sure that you have access. If you don't do that, you're risking not being able to purchase a ticket for, say, a sold-out show.
Yeah, I understand how that works. Again, I think we could, if there was an economic development reason that we needed a VIP box seat ticket, I think we could leverage the contacts that we have for the folks that currently have VIP outside of us, box seats outside of us. I think there's a good chunk of them. I don't think we'd have any trouble leveraging and obtaining tickets. And I don't have any data to back that up, but just my hunch.
Well, I think part of the problem was it was something we'd never dealt with. You know, it was something brand new. We tried to develop a policy. The policy itself was cumbersome and just didn't seem workable, and so a lot of stuff sort of fell through the cracks. But I thought we redid the policy and you know how money comes in different pots and different things, that 14,000 was actually coming from the proceeds from Live Nation that are coming into the city, and that part of that was where the money was coming from. It's not really the general taxpayer money, that the money was coming from Live Oak, and that was the one, or from Live Nation, and that was number one. And the second thing was, it was mainly, as Neil stated, for job creation, economic development in the way of job creation. So those are two things. I think it's, I mean, you hate to say something's not that much money, but I mean, this is the greatest economic development project we've ever done in the city of Wilmington, and everybody will tell you it's just unbelievable what it's done for hotels and stores and restaurants, and it's just a huge economic thing. I think, and the only show I've ever been to, someone gave me their tickets, had nothing to do with the city, but that VIP section is totally slammed. I mean, and I know some people that are on a waiting list, so I think if we give it up, we'll never get it back again. So I would be in favor of keeping it.
Amy, the tickets that Neil is referring to that we could get, they wouldn't necessarily, they would just be general admission tickets if we had to, I'm a little confused. I want to make sure I'm understanding what Luke said. Is the tickets that we would give up that we think we can go back out and get, would they be box tickets?
No, they would be, if general admission or lower lawn seating, if the concert had lower lawn seating assigned for that particular show, but the VIP tickets would not be available.
And to piggyback on what Margaret just said, is the money, the 14,413, is that general fund money, or is?
It is general fund money. To date, we have not created a special revenue account for both the fixed rent that we get from Live Nation every year or the $2 per ticket that we receive. Those are going in the general fund right now. And this is coming out of the general fund, so, you know,
It's
you
money
can
in,
make
money
the.
out.
Right.
But will that change? Will there be an account set up other than blending it with general fund monies? I mean,
That would be up to city council.
okay. I mean, but certainly there's an accounting. We know how much is coming in to the general fund.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'll follow up, I guess, with Councilman Luke. We sold 3 in the last couple months or something?
We didn't sell them, so as the policy states right now, the tickets are available to city council members to utilize for economic development purposes. And so with the help of Aubrey, we reached out to our economic development partners, Film Commission, WDI, WBD, to see if there was any interest in this first set of shows through the end of June, and the Film Commission was interested in 3 of those shows, and so those tickets were purchased, correct, for 3 shows.
You know, I don't have a problem in maintaining the box as long as if we're not going to use it, you put those tickets back out for sale. Most of the shows are sold out, so you will always have access. If we do it the other way, then anytime an economic developer or anybody wants to come up that we may think is prudent to go ahead and purchase the tickets, we're going to have to come back into city council, vote on it, and make certain that we have the transparency to make sure that everybody understands that we're purchasing tickets for X, Y, and Z. I would rather have control of the box as long as we're breaking even, or if we're not going to be using those tickets in any way, shape, or form, they should be put back out to the public, and I know that they'll be purchased. I think we need to revisit this policy. I think when the policy was created, we were pretty stringent. It was just only going to be used for economic development purposes. I think some of the initial concepts of the process or the plan, I think were warranted, and I think there were some good recommendations, but I think this council needs to revisit that whole policy altogether. No council member here is trying to get free tickets. I just want to, you know, I know that that's the thing that a lot of people accused. I wanted to make certain that we had a control of the box, but I wasn't aware of the fact that we were not reselling those tickets last year. And if we're not going to use the tickets, by all means, I want the general public to have access to them.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And just point, real quick clarification. My point was not that any council member would be trying to utilize them for their personal use whatsoever. I just want to make sure that we are being prudent with taxpayer monies and not losing money. So if we can revisit that policy and make sure we have something that is, I don't want an unused ticket.
Understood.
An unused ticket. Yeah. I think the way the story was written, unfortunately, was a little skewed, but that's my own personal opinion, just not skewed. But I do want to make certain that those tickets are resold on the open market. And
Understood.
if we're not going to have anybody going to, and you'll know early on if there's anybody that needs them, put them back out there and let them sell them.
So could we have a policy before the June budget, a revised policy?
I think we can pretty much basically tell you right now that
If
we're
what
not
I'm
gonna use the ticket-
hearing is correct, I do think we can, and let me know if what I'm hearing is what you're saying, that you would rather go back to closer to the way the policy was initially drafted, which would make the tickets available not just for economic development purposes, but for some of our nonprofit partners, especially focusing on youth, or as a reward.
Let me avoid this right here. First of all, I don't think making policy during this meeting is a
We're-
really
we're
good
not-
idea.
we're not here to do that.
The second is, we could certainly draft a policy to get it back to you. I don't know that it will get done before you get at least through the first reading of the budget, and maybe not for the second reading. The third thing is that I want to advise you, Councilman Waddell has at least hit one nail on the head really directly, which is we don't want to spend a lot of staff time trying to run people down to use these tickets. And so the broader we make that exception, the economic development, nonprofits, I mean, there's a ton of nonprofits in this city, employees, suddenly we're going to be spending a lot of time trying to figure out how to use up 14 tickets. So I'd say, can you just give us some general guidelines of what you'd like to see and let us bring it back
Well, I
to
think
you?
first and foremost, the most important thing right here is if the tickets are not being used, they need to be put back in circulation as quickly
Yes,
as
sir.
possible. I understand your concerns, Tony, and that's a legitimate concern. I think we need to have a little bit more discussion amongst council in respect to a broader policy that really ties down into some of these things that we, as council members, can defend, first and foremost, and that it's fair and equitable, number two. But by all means, I want to be able to control those 4 tickets, but I also want to make certain that we're getting a return on that investment. So if we're spending $14,000 and it's only going to cost us $2,000, let's just say hypothetically, to make sure that we have those tickets available to us, not to us, but to the city, then I think it's worth doing. But if we're just going to spend $14,000, nobody's going to use it because they're feared, then it's not. I agree with Luke, just do away with it. But I think there's some broader issues that we need to have further discussion on, Tony. But first and foremost, those tickets that are not being used need to go right back into the.
Might I suggest that this would be a good topic for the governance committee? First of all, and second of all, I understand Councilman Waddell's concern about allocating the $14,000, but if we allocate the money in there and then decide not to use it, not to purchase the table for whatever reason, then that money would just fall back into fund balance.
It's not so much, I mean, I'm the last one to say it's not so much the $14,000, it is. But the larger issue is the way it's perceived.
Yes, sir.
That we're holding back something for ourselves, and that's just not the case. And whatever we do, some people, that's fodder for the press to come up and say something negative about us, and we just need to, head that off at the pass.
Yes, sir.
Well, I think the way we do it is we need a succinct policy that has a black and white hard stop date for every third, if we're going to break it up into threes and not getting too deep into the policy, but if a ticket is not selected by someone for whatever reason by X date, it goes back in the hopper.
Right.
And the taxpayer gets their money back.
I don't think 30 days out is too short, too long, or whatever. If it hadn't been claimed in 30 days prior to a date, it goes out to the public.
And Amy has already drafted that policy. I have not had an opportunity to take a look at it yet, but she's already drafted that policy. We were ahead of that curve. We were behind it to start with. We're a little ahead of you in that curve right now. And we certainly can then take it to governance and bring it forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a quick question. Amy, we're talking about 4 tickets per show, not 14 or something?
4 tickets.
Just 4, okay.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Are we just going to keep rolling?
Yeah.
I've got another one.
Go ahead, man.
And I've talked about it already a lot, but I'm going to bring it up at least one more time. The council stipend. And I don't want to beat a dead horse, and maybe I am at this point, but we're talking about increasing our salary by additional 25%. We increased, after we did it last year, 25%. I realized there was some sort of benchmark study that was done that, which I haven't seen, that indicated that was necessary. But the timing is precarious when we're trying to implement a a tax increase on the citizens in the midst of, changing financial landscapes and record high inflation where everything is more expensive to the individual. And I'm not arguing that our current stipend is commensurate with the amount of work any of us do up here. I know that that is not the case. I know everybody works extremely hard, long hours, 7 days a week. I understand that. But each one of us got in this position knowing where it stands. And I think as leaders of the city, it's important for us to put the needs of the citizens first. And further, I think it's like it would be a good gesture of true leadership to table the stipend increase when we have a proposed tax increase, maybe for a year where it's not so financially constrained. So I know y'all are probably tired of me talking about it, but it is something that is important to me as a newer member on the council.
To refresh council's memory, we did do an analysis last year to determine how your stipend fell with regard to select cities across the state. We made a determination that it fell far enough behind that we should not try to jump that up and make it achievable in a year. And so we put it in such that we would elevate it 25% this year, 25% next year, and then the remaining percentage the third year we would reevaluate and make sure that it was still in line. But that was the premise of the increases.
But I think, Tony, to Luke's point, there's a lot of people in the community that think that we're making $150,000, $200,000, $50,000, and I find it's interesting that when we have a discussion about it, there's nobody that ever talks about the exact amount of money that we're receiving. And I think that needs to be clarified, because I had some people come up to me the other night and says, oh my goodness, you guys are going to go up on your salaries. What do you make? And when I tell them, they're kind of shocked. And I'm not saying, we're not up here for the money. We're here for public service, and I get that. There's an argument to be made that there's a lot of people that can't afford to be on a city council or even a county commissioner. It may be different now, but because it doesn't really pay that much. But I do think that at times that needs to be publicized, because I think there's a perception out in the community that we're making a lot of money here, and it's not the case. We're here for public service, true. But I think, we made some adjustments to try to keep up with the rest of the state. And I think that came up from HR. I don't think it was any of us that asked for it, but that was part of the process.
I just would like to get. I'm one of those affected, and I really don't have a clue exactly what it is that we're asking. I'm looking at on the page 74. FY23 recommended is 177, and that's 18%.
If you would look at page 74, but go down to letter A.
I'm sorry, ma'am, say that again.
If you could look at the page 74 that you're on, and you look at stipend adjustment, we're adding $28,000 to increase the mayors and council members by 25%, and it would cost $28,000 to do so.
Total?
Total.
And that reflects what kind of an increase?
25%.
What is that up there in that little chart that shows 18% out there for personnel? Is that?
That would be benefits and personnel.
Okay. So 28,522 would be the total for all 7 of us.
Yes.
And last year we had what kind of an increase?
We'll have to get that number for you. It would be a little less than that, but it will be close, because benefits change a little bit from year to year.
And then in FY 23-24, it would be another one?
About 12% we're estimating, but we're going to be asking HR to actually look system-wide to tell us where those benchmarks are at that point in time.
So, but the total that was the total that was considered before you broke it up was what total? What percent increase?
About 762, about 62%,
Okay, about 52%,
62.
62. And that's, and that 62% was what we were behind in our peer cities?
Yes, we took the average of those peer cities, and that is where we believed you should be. But again, that was done prior to the current labor market, so HR will help us next year to see where we should have you.
What is your opinion as to how that would affect it? Up it or lower it?
I don't know, to be honest. I have not heard that anyone else is really targeting those, but I have not gone out and looked or asked.
Okay. Well, you sure as hell don't get in this job for the money. When I first got elected, I didn't even know we made anything. I didn't. That's the true story. I didn't know we made anything. And for whatever little it was, I didn't turn it back to the city. So, anyway.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Kevin, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and I agree with what was said about us not getting into it for the money. That's true. We're getting into it to better our city, better our community. But I don't think you can thumb your nose up at how much effort, research. I mean, you always have to be in. You can't be in any of these positions and not know anything. You just can't. There's no way you can be effective. So I mean, I think it makes sense if we're talking about, again, if Luke beats the dead horse on about where the citizens are in the community financially, there are other things that we could do or that we could have done that would help our citizens. I think this is.
Kevin? We lost him?
Let me jump in here again, kind of finish up what I was saying. I would be willing to bet.
Hold on, Charlie.
All right,
I had a
you're back
breakup.
you're
I
back
had a
on.
breakup, but yeah, I'm back. But I want to say, Mr. Mayor, you are absolutely right. The citizens don't know how little we make, not how much we make. They don't know how little we make. And I'm, some of us make it look, I think we all make being on the city council look really good, but it's not a lot of money.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, Charlie.
I was going to say, I'd almost bet money that the average person out there, unless it's a very unusual individual, does not get invited to or is expected to attend all of the fundraisers that go on in this town from the nonprofits that we support, some we don't, and they're fundraisers, and we give. So a lot of the money, well, not a lot, but a good portion of the money that I do get to make, it goes right back into the community. And you don't go to any of these things without writing a check for $100 or 200 is the new 100. It's just, I mean, that's just a fact of life. I think it would look great if we just gave all our money back, but I, for one, Luke and I are just on different banks of the river on this one. I don't think, that what little bit we get, I can use it.
All right, Bill.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Barnett.
Thanks. I just want to say I'm in favor of the recommendation from the staff. I appreciate you guys wanting to make sure that we're at least equal to our counterparts. I really appreciate that. But then also, Mr. Luke, you made the statement, everything is more expensive to people. Well, unfortunately, everything is more expensive to us too. When I go to the gas pump, they don't give me a discount because I'm a city councilman, nor a pastor, nor a discount because I'm good looking. I have to pay the same price that everybody else pays. So, but no, I really, in all honesty, I really appreciate the staff wanting us to be equal with those around us. And so I'm in favor of it.
I'd just like to say that when I came, I think it doesn't matter how little we were paid, but over the years, what we saw happening was that the staff, the rank and file staff, would get cost of living increases, plus performance increases. And the council never got anything. And what happened was we went so many years with no increase at all that's how we fell behind instead of trying to incrementally keep up. So at one point, I brought forward, and it was approved, and it's not much money, but it was the idea of it is that the council should not be treated any less well than the rank and file, the people that actually do all of the work, and that if the staff received a cost of living increase, that indeed the council should receive a cost of living increase, even though our salary is 10% of what many people here are making. So then what happened? So that happened for a couple of years, I think. Laura's shaking her head. That happened for a couple of years. Then the system was changed so that they no longer gave a cost of living increase. Everything was on performance. Well, obviously, our performance is evaluated by the citizenry and the voters when we're elected or reelected. So that meant that we, once again, were in this no man's land of not getting any kind of increase for several years. And so that makes you just fall further and further behind. So now that everything for the people that actually run the city, that are working every day, all day, they're getting their increases based on performance, so that doesn't apply to us. So that, I think, before Sterling left, he came up with this, I believe. Governance, we had some talks about this. This didn't just fall out of the sky. And of trying to figure out what would be a fair system to get us in line with other people in public service doing similar jobs in other communities. So yes, we're playing catch up, and it sounds like a lot, but it sounds like a lot of money, but then when you compare it to the county giving themselves an 83% increase, we're pretty reasonable.
And again, to reiterate my point against everyone else's point, I know we work very hard, and I know all of you work very hard. I've gotten the chance to work with each of you, and it's incredible what all of you get done with the time that every human being is allotted 24 hours a day. And I'm not saying that we don't need to eventually be brought up. I'm saying that it would be a gesture of good leadership to hold off on an increase until maybe when we're not proposing a tax increase to the citizens. That's my main driver here.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to point out that we have lunch here, first of all, which is important. And I had asked that the Governance Committee meet at noon to consider one item, which is a transfer of money in the travel fund for the council. So if you would like to recess this for lunch, and we'll let the Governance Committee meet at the time while you're getting your lunch, and then we'll reconvene afterwards.
Let's do that. Okay.
It's only going to take you 2 minutes, sir, I promise.
All right, let's bring it back. I'm going to do one more roll call. I'm going to bring the meeting back to order. It was a great lunch. Thank you, everybody. We're going to do a roll call. Mayor Pro Tem, you here? Here. Councilman Reinbach, you here? Yes, Councilmember Anderson, you here?
Present.
Councilmember Barnett, you here? Councilmember Spears, are you here? Councilmember Spears? Councilmember Waddell? Okay, and the chair is here. We have a quorum ready to go. Mr. Caudle.
Mr. Mayor, we're just ready to continue with the open discussion that council may have about the proposed budget and any recommendations that may be there to it.
Okay. Luke, did you want to continue with some of the questions? No.
My last one. Just some.
I'll yield my time to the.
We'll take all of it, I guess. Just a few questions regarding the fund balance. I guess our recommended 2023 fund balance is $50,819,000. Can somebody, just going off my notes.
Let me just do the general while she's looking for this. Generally speaking, that the fund balance policy is minimum 20 to 25%. We try to keep 30% in reserve. Projections at this point in time for the end of the fiscal year are just exactly that. They are projections and won't actually be confirmed until we close out the fiscal year and go through our audit procedure. And then your policy not only says that anything above the 30% mark you'll be allowed to use for other purposes such as transferred into your debt service fund. We did not do that this year. We did not transfer an amount into the debt service fund because by the time we got the audit, we were moving on the acquisition of the property across the street and we're going to pay cash for that piece of property. So we did not come back to you with a resolution this year to pass money off into the debt service fund. But Laura will walk us through with what's projected for the end of this year and then what we will do with it at the close of the fiscal year once the audited numbers are completed.
So I did share some numbers with Councilmember Waddell last night, but I was able to confer with finance, and they changed a little, and it's a moving target all the time. So the recommended budget was a snapshot in time, and since the recommended budget, there were a couple things that weren't taken into account because it happened afterwards, which was the comp study, short-term lodging. We have an agenda item that's coming for $50,000 for the red light. And then what we missed in the recommended budget was actually removing the $1.5 million that we want to assign to affordable housing. So that was missing there. So right now, in this moment in time, as far as we can tell without doing the financial audit, we have for $47.8 million, which is 33.58%. And so there's roughly 5.1 million that could be used presently to keep you at 30%. If all stays the same and we assign the amount that we're going to use for FY23, your budget after the audit, this is estimated because we don't know how much is really going to fall back to fund balance. We will be 39.1 million, and that gives you 8.7 million to spend around November. So, you know, things happen in between that we can give you now until the financial audit is complete.
So we'll be operating well over the 30% fund balance then, or that's what we're projecting.
We're projecting.
And council policy is between 20 and 25%.
And our location for hurricanes and items like that.
Understood. And to get it back down to 30, you said we're looking at probably 8.7 million.
Come November, if nothing else is used. Yes.
I'd like to see this used to any sort of one-time expense that we can, within the existing budget, that would make sure we can keep the tax rate as low as possible. Has that been
We
a
can-
priority?
We can go back and review the budget for one-time expenditures that could be funded from fund balance. I will note for council's observances that we do have a number of capital projects that are out there, some that have gone over budget, some that are new projects. If we keep the 8.7 million and transfer it back into the debt service fund at the close of the fiscal year after the audit, then that would provide additional money available for projects, cost overruns, additional projects, those kinds of things. But it's entirely up to council if you want to take those one-time expenditures out and have council take a look at what the tax increase would be then, or whether or not you want to roll it into the debt service fund.
I have no idea if there's any sort of consensus up here whatsoever, but I'd like to see a side-by-side comparison on where we land from if we're going to propose a tax increase, I'd like to at least see if we utilize that 8.7 towards buying some of these one-time expenses down, if that indeed will reduce that proposed increase.
It will indeed decrease the proposed increase. I don't know how much because I don't know how many one-time expenditures are in there that we could do that with.
I'd love to see that at some point. I don't know if anybody else wants to, but I would like to.
Sir.
Tony, is there any, I know it's ever-changing, but, we had that ad hoc meeting of the transportation in, sometime this week.
2 days ago, yes.
Okay, and so we've got all the parks and transportation projects that are ongoing. Most of them are in some. Do we have a ballpark? It's moving, but are we 5 million over on all those projects? Do we have any idea? You follow me?
Yes, sir, I follow you. I'm reluctant to venture out on that limb because every time I venture out on that limb, it gets a little more creaky. I understand, based upon the conversation that went on in the subcommittee meeting, that there may be additional money for those projects. As I've been told, as much as $3 million more. I have not verified those numbers. We also have the Encino Soccer Park that we put $10 million into initially, and my guess is that it's going to go significantly over that amount. And we have other projects, the MLK Gym, that has gone over budget significantly as a result of a number of issues. I can't, we can try to put that number together while we're putting together the number of projects so that you can look at it as, okay, this is over in capital and this is what you could reduce here. How about, with that?
That's great. Just a range. I understand. Concrete probably went up today.
I'm sure it did, yes, sir.
Well, it's like everything else you take from here, it's got to be made up there.
Yes, sir. Pay me now, pay me
And I
later.
understand that, so does everybody up here, but I agree, I'd like to decide what
Okay,
it look like.
we can do that.
But Tony, keeping the fund balance at about 20 to 25%, you feel confident that if we do have a hurricane this year, that we could continue on as a community and clean it up as quickly as we possibly can? I know it all depends on the magnitude of the storm, but would that suffice? I know that we keep a strong fund balance because of those issues primarily, but
Before that 8.7 would put us at 30% fund balance, right?
33.
Yes, the estimate, if at FY23, we'd have 39.1 million. You subtract the 8.1 would get you to 30%. Keep in mind that Florence cost us in the beginning a little over $32 million.
It's another case of this policy. We need to revise it. I love how we recommend 20 to 25, but we keep 30. Really, our policy ought to be 30, right?
We like to do it in practice. So the policy that we did 20 to 25%, there are some council members who wanted to keep it at that level, but in practice, we like to do that. But if there's something that you need to do, we have a policy to fall back on.
I got you. All right.
Let me answer the mayor's question because
I know it's a moving.
I'm the wrong person to ask that. I did 6 storms in 38 months one time on the coast, and so I will tell you they can come to it a season, and they can be devastating. And as bad as Florence was, as bad as it was, we did not have any wind behind it. And had we had any wind behind it, we would have had a real mess. Now, having said, having screamed, wolf, I will say that I am comfortable with 30%, so long as we have the debt service fund from which we can draw additional funding. If you will recall, following Florence, we came to you and asked for an allocation out of the general fund, and then we came back and we asked for a transfer out of the debt service fund so we could keep the general fund amount up. The reason we were trying to do that was to keep our policies in place. Remember that it takes 3 years to clear yourself out of a good hurricane, and we're in the third year now, and we're clearing ourselves out of Florence. We've still got a ways to go. So having said that, if we have a balance in our debt service fund and we maintain 30%, I'm okay with it. I say that cautiously, though.
Okay, well, Tony, I guess to another question then, and I don't even know if you can time it this way, but hurricane season ends sometime around later September, early October.
Yes, sir.
And obviously, if we get through hurricane season, we've got this additional $8 million that brings us down to a fund balance of 30%. Then we could allocate that toward one-time expenditures, whether it be the gyms, whether it be Cross City Trail, whatever the case is.
Yes, sir.
You would feel safe with that. You would feel pretty confident with that.
Yes, sir. That's one reason we said that it would be done after the close of the fiscal year and during, following the completion of the audit, which we always know will be at least November, more than likely December, and then you can make the decision. And I realize that that's not a good time to make the decision, but with regard to a tax rate, but you do have the option of moving it over into the debt service.
But Tony, let me ask this. I know I would venture to say that probably within the next several months, you're going to be coming to us with some expenditures on some of these projects that the voters have already supported through their bond referendums.
Yes, sir.
That you're going to be asking us for additional funds to get the ball rolling and to finishing them out as we should. Will that happen before that November timeframe, or are you going to do it sometime in August, September possibly?
I hope that it will be in the early fall, but at this point in time, I can't guarantee that.
All right, so we got $8 million that we can work with if we get through the hurricane season, and we'll be safe to allocate funding for the various projects. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rivenbark?
We keep talking about the hurricanes, and we need to, because we had 3 that were scattered out pretty good, a couple of years here, next year, and those really test you. But I'm telling you, when you have more than one in a hurricane season, it's devastating. And the cost for the second one is just as much as the cost for the first one. They don't get cheaper by the number. And God forbid you'd have 3, but the weather patterns in the whole world has gone haywire. So I think, I don't want to be like Captain Doom up here, but you have to plan for the worst and hope for the best. Hurricanes are, they're very real, and we had 2 come right straight up the same path in '96, and then Floyd right down, soon after that. They're devastating, and you damn well better be prepared for them financially. I like to see the tax rate drop, but that's where it comes from.
And therein lies, again, 6 storms in 38 months. 2 of those were Category 3s, one of them were a Category 2. And so the timing of getting your money back is the issue. If it takes 3 years to work your way out of a major hurricane, and you've got 3 or 4 hurricanes in a 3-year period, you've got a cash flow issue.
Tony, how far are we with the reimbursements from the state on Florence?
How far are we from what?
I thought we were down to our last piece of money coming to us in respect to reimbursement from Florence, from the state.
I have the number that was presented in November. I don't recall if we've gotten anything since then, but I believe we were still 8 million we were waiting for.
8 million from the state. And the feds?
8 million in total out of the 32.
Okay.
All right, Laura. Again, we want to keep our our credit rating at AAA, right? And that's 30%, right? So, or is
No,
it-
I think it helps us at 30%. And the practice of how we handle hurricanes and how we handle our funding, but 30% isn't necessarily what the rating agencies look at. However, there's past practice that we have done, and they look at that.
Okay. So having 30% though helps us,
Yes.
okay? Quite a bit, okay. All right, I'm good, thank you. I like the plan. I think, and I agree with Councilman Robinbark. With where we live, you know, and with climate change, you know, I saw this the other day on the news that they're saying they're expecting more hurricanes, you know, this year than last year. And I like that idea that when we did have a hurricane, we were able to get people back in place. So I'm in favor of your plan.
Again, we can bring you the information and let you make that decision.
Okay.
We can bring you what would happen if we did the one-time expenditures out of the 8.9 and reduce the tax increase versus where would the money go, or for what would those monies go, absent a hurricane, after the close of the fiscal year and the audit.
Yes, sir, Lou?
I'm an Eastern North Carolina boy. I've been through every single hurricanes in the last 33 years. So I understand their severity and and I'm not trying to diminish them whatsoever. But I would love to see exactly what you think you can provide, Tony, that would be prior to our vote on the 23 budget, correct?
Sure, absolutely.
And also the debt service that you're comfortable with. If I could kind of hold those next to one another, I think that would be beneficial for all council. And that's my last question. So.
Anybody else?
I just want to chime in and say I'm good with the 30%.
Okay. Anybody else? Charlie, Neil, Margaret? Everybody clear? Yeah. Tony, you need any more direction from us?
No, sir, I do have one last item for you. The Governance Committee met at noon today and authorized the staff to augment your travel for an additional $1,500 so that you could go to the U.S. Conference of Mayors.
Appreciate it.
I need council to, by resolution, also authorize an additional $1,500 to go to your travel. So if you could entertain that motion, we get a resolution, that'd be great.
So moved.
Second.
Who made the motion? Luke made the motion, seconded by Neil. Discussion? All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying, huh?
Voice vote.
What? Kevin's on voice. Well, okay, I will do it that way. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, how do you vote? Aye. Councilman Rambark, how do you vote? Councilmember Anderson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Barnett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Spears, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay. Councilmember Waddell?
Aye.
Chair is, I'm not voting. Okay. So, anything else?
No, sir. Thank you very much for your time and your attention and your careful review of the proposed budget.
I appreciate all your hard work in putting this together. Thank you.
It's definitely due to the team. Thank you.
I know that. Thank you, team. Appreciate it. With that, have a safe Memorial Day. Rest of us going to work. We stand adjourned.